815-263. WMMR is our number. We're going to go to Rich. Hey there, Rich. Good morning.
Good morning. Is it South Korea?
It is South Korea, Rich. You're correct, sir. Hang on, Richard.
Richard.
We're going to set you up.
Richard.
We're going to set you up with a four-factor.
What's Richie from?
Oh, that is La Bamba.
La
That is
Bamba.
Isai Morales.
After the plane crash.
Right. I get that confused between the Ricky yell in Boys in the Hood.
Oh, yeah.
That's this
All
one.
Thank you.
Yeah. But that's not this one.
Right, Ricky.
That's from Better Off Dead. So we have a Richard, a Richie, a Ricky, and a Ricky.
Wow. Okay. And then after that
We're
is
packing.
Sandy. Comes right after that.
Sandy.
Yeah.
Alphabetically?
Yep.
Yeah.
Richie, Richard. Rich.
Yeah. Whatever.
We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets. Catch WWE's biggest superstars during WWE Extreme Rules. Wells Fargo Center, Saturday, October 8th, and tickets are on sale now at the Wells Fargo Center, Philly.com. All right, we're going to start. I've got there's a lot of heavy stories in there,
man.
but I mixed them up.
right.
I mixed them up a little bit. So on Monday, Vanity Fair published an exclusive excerpt from Constance Wu's forthcoming book titled Making a Scene, in which she opens up about being raped by an aspiring novelist named Ty early in her career. The actress said that the assault happened on their second date. When Ty invited her up to his apartment, she wrote, "I felt a twinge warning in my gut, but I ignored it. He didn't look threatening or shady in any way. And if you had been there, you would have agreed." As the pair became intimate later that night, Wu told him that she wasn't ready to have sex with him yet. Even as she repeated this, he didn't listen. She said, "He smiled at me again. I was like a baby kitten. He held me close, kissed me gently, moved my legs apart, and then he did it anyway." After that night, she said she buried what happened and tried to move on with life, but it all came back one day after she had finished filming Crazy Rich Asians. She said, "I just woken up from a nap when the realization hit me like a flood. Ty raped me. He raped me, and I hadn't done anything about it." And earlier this month, she had also revealed she had experienced sexual harassment and intimidation from one of the producers on the set of Fresh Off the Boat. She said, "My publisher really encouraged me to write about it, and I was like, nah, I'm done with that chapter of my life." But she said recently, then I eventually realized that it was important to talk about because I did have a pretty traumatic experience my first couple of years on that show, and nobody knew about it because that show was historic for Asian Americans. So she's opening up about all this deep personal stuff in her book. And
That's heavy.
yeah, it is some heavy stuff. So hopefully she's found a way to, it sounds like she's found a way to get past it and have some closure, but still she's making sure that the word gets out so other people can be aware of those things. All right, a little bit lighter story. A collection of memorabilia from the estate of Betty White sold for a whopping $4 million over the weekend in Beverly Hills. They had initially estimated it to go between $400,000 to $60,000. So it went way over their expectations. It's like a billion, only it's $4 million. The top selling
Betty White Sibian.
Oh, wow. I would buy that.
My God. The top selling
Thank
item.
you for being a friend.
The top selling item was White's director's chair from the Golden Girls TV set, which sold for $76,800, which is 76 times the original estimate.
That's great. Well,
they thought they were going to get it for $1,000.
the level of fandom and, people just adored her. So it's no surprise it went for much more than they were expecting.
I almost don't want to mention this because we haven't bought tickets yet, but have you guys heard about this Golden Girls mystery dinner that they have?
It's been going on for years.
Yeah.
The one
okay.
in
New Hope.
New Hope.
Yeah.
It was on my activity list.
Yeah, okay. So I wasn't paying attention last year when you talked about it.
Yeah.
Or at least I didn't retain that information, but yeah, we have to do that.
Yeah.
Back to you, Preston.
Teleplay scripts
Thank
from
you, Casey.
teleplay scripts from the pilot and final episode of The Golden Girls sold for $57,000 and $51,000 respectively. A 1950s oil painting of Betty sold for $43,000, and a 1986 lavender dress worn by White on The Golden Girls sold for $32,000, which is 53 times its original estimate. Her sapphire and diamond ring worn on the Mary Tyler Moore show sold for $32,000, and that went for 35 times the estimate of it as
That's
well.
amazing.
And her gold and diamond wedding ring worn during her marriage to Alan Ludden brought in $25,000. So that's
Was
a
any
nice
of that
thing.
earmarked for animal charities or
It
something
didn't
like that?
say
Yeah.
in the story
She
that
was
I read.
big on that.
I wouldn't doubt it if
Yeah.
it did, or maybe the family is keeping it. I'm not really sure, but a lot of that stuff sold. In his final days, Anthony Bourdain was fed up with his fans, his fame, and his relationship with actress Asia Argento in a new book, according to the claims. Many of Anthony's last texts were published in the unauthorized biography titled Down and Out in Paradise, The Life of Anthony Bourdain, which gives some insight into the famous chef's state of mind. He wrote to his ex-wife, Octavia Buzia Bourdain, I hate my fans, too. I hate being famous. I hate my job. I am lonely and living in constant uncertainty. He also seemed to often be at odds with Aja, his girlfriend of 2 years. The book, written by journalist Charles Learshin, claims that the beloved Parts Unknown host became incensed just 5 days before his death when he saw photos of the star of her, Aja, dancing with a reporter at a restaurant. And soon, Anthony got online and searched her name hundreds of times, which prompted a fight. He allegedly texted Aja one day before his death and wrote, I'm okay. I'm not spiteful. I am not jealous that you have been with another man. I don't own you. You are free. As I said, as I promised, as I truly meant. But you were careless. You were reckless with my heart. She supposedly replied, I can't take this. Page 6 said that one of Anthony's biggest gripes stemmed from the fact that Aja and the reporter were dancing in Ristorante Campanesh, which was where they would frequent together in Rome. So amidst a fit of jealousy, the actress broke up with Anthony and cited his possessiveness. The following day, which was the day of his death, the book says that Anthony reached out to her saying, is there anything I can do? And she replied, stop busting my balls. And he wrote back, okay. And then that was it. And then he hung himself in a hotel room.
God, yeah.
So after the death, Aja said that many people blamed her, but in a chat with Daily Mail TV 2 months later, she maintained that she's not at fault, even insisting the infidelity ran rampant in the relationship. She said, people say I murdered him. They say I killed him. I understand that the world needs to find a reason. I would like to find a reason, too. People need to think that he killed himself for something like this. But he cheated on me, too. It wasn't a problem for us. He was a man who traveled 265 days a year. When we saw each other, we took really great pleasure in each other's presence. But we are not children. We are grown-ups. So, you know.
Asia Argento is the daughter of Dario Argento, who's a famous horror director. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, who is this writer and what was his relationship to Bourdain? Is he just a dude who is taking advantage of somebody else's situation?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Okay.
But they were clear. She was saying they were open.
There are people that do unauthorized biographies all the time.
I know.
But he apparently had access to texts.
Right, right.
So, Sarah Michelle Gellar was in the audience supporting her friend Selma Blair on Monday's episode of Dancing with the Stars, and the Buffy actress even teared up a little bit.
I happened to watch this because, I follow her, Selma Blair, on Instagram and all that she's been through medically, what she's been dealing with. And I'm thinking, okay, how's she going to pull this off? She was dancing like a champ.
Blair and her partner Sasha Farber performed to Jailhouse Rock for Elvis Week. The actress, who was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2018, impressed the crowd with a cartwheel and a split during the routine. Blair told Entertainment Tonight, it feels so amazing, surreal. It feels so great to have this perspective in life, and Sarah's been with me, honestly, from the start of me moving to Hollywood. The Sweetest Thing actress also shared that Gellar pushed for her to get the part in Cruel Intentions. She said she rooted for me to get the part and worked with me on it. We became fast friends forever. So
look at this footage, Preston.
There to support her. Yeah, she's
dancing around.
Yeah, she's got plenty of energy.
Yeah, it's great.
Good for her. Let's see. After they were photographed together during Milan Fashion Week, fans were hoping that Khloe Kardashian and 365 Days actor Michelle Morone were a couple. However, a rep for Morone told people that it's just not the case.
We're just friends.
The rep said Dolce.
People are crazy. They just jump to conclusions.
Said Dolce & Gabbana asked them to take a photo at the show. Michelle said that she was very nice, and that was the extent of it. Another source shared that Kardashian just met him in Milan that night, and they are not dating. She has no plans to see him again.
I saw a commercial with her, Preston, for a migraine medication. If they had told me that was footage from another planet and we'd have encountered alien life, I would have believed it. She looks nothing like she used to look.
Yeah.
Everything is so taut and tight.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That's
what
the
all-
look, though.
I don't know what all you have to do to I guess you got to go under the knife, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think. Well. Maisie Williams, the actress from Game of Thrones, has emotionally spoken about her fractured relationship with her father. She said she's 25 years old now, by the way. She served as a guest host for the latest installment of the Diary of a CEO podcast. And spoke on her childhood. She said, well, I, as a young child, before the age of 8, had quite a traumatic relationship with my dad. I don't really want to go into too much because it affects my siblings and my whole family. The actress said the relationship with her father really consumed a lot of my childhood ever since I can remember. I've really struggled sleeping. And I think a lot of the traumatic things that were happening, I didn't realize that they were wrong. She said that once that period of her life was over, she believed that she was free from the past. However, she grew up and had other experiences. She realized there's never an end destination for that freedom, and it comes from within. When are you going to let yourself be free from the pain? So I read through a lot of this, and she doesn't go into any specifics, but
physical?
It seems like it might have been some kind of abusive issue that her father was taking this out on the kids. But I don't know if they were being emotionally or physically,
Well, you plant seeds with that'll follow you throughout your life.
Asked about how she feels about her father today, she said, I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been trying to do this thing where I stopped taking things personally, not just when someone has a bad day and they push in front of you in the queue, but the big things in life. She said, what if I said it wasn't because of me that happened? If I wasn't there, it would have been someone else. It's not because something is wrong with me that these things happened when I was a child. So she's trying to have a healthy look at it.
That is a healthy way to look at it.
Yeah. Let's see. I have nothing but heavy.
Something happy. Even if it's bad, just laugh while you're reading.
Hey, here you go. According to People, Brad Pitt and Emily Ratajkowski are enjoying one another's company.
Oh,
That's great.
Wow.
Two
Oh, that's
super
so
good-looking
glad to
rich
hear.
people are having a nice time together. There is hope for all of us.
It's the only thing we can hope for, right?
A source told the outlet that the Bullet Train actor
I'm an architect.
and the model are spending a lot of time together. However, the source also shared that friends aren't sure if it's serious and that the pair don't appear to be dating formally. But they're having a good time together.
She just split up. Well, Brad Pitt did not just split up, but she did. So she's.
Who is she with?
I don't
She
know
was
who
married
she
to some
with.
guy, Steve.
Yeah.
Sebastian Bear McLeod.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
And the word was, Nick, that he was cheating on her.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
believe it or not.
Yeah, that's moronic, but
Par for the course.
yeah, I've said this before. She does. I know how gorgeous she is, and she's a model. She does nothing for me.
I agree.
I don't find her attractive at all, and
Neither do I.
And I'm going to take this happy story and I'm going to ruin it by saying these types of things. But
Wow.
Brad Pitt can do better. Everybody.
Come on, Brad.
I will tell you this, and I think it is with Emily. I think the fact that you never see her smiling. You never see her smiling.
I think that
she's got this dead fish look all the time.
You're right. Yeah. There's some of these gorgeous women that think that their smile looks poor. What, this?
No, up. One up.
We're looking at pictures.
I think that she's pretty.
No, down.
She just doesn't do anything for me.
She's supposed to be like world level sexy and hot, and I agree. I don't find her that way.
I remember seeing her for the first time in Entourage.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And she did it for you then?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't really know much about her, but her and
Now,
Arnie-
Betty White.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Maybe it was the movie, like she and Adrian Grenier's character, like,
Okay.
got it on. Woo-wee!
Okay.
You are in rare form
Yeah,
today.
you're in a mood.
That is from Tommy Boy. Come on, guys.
What line was it?
Oh, no, Billy
Billy
Madison.
Madison,
Billy
yeah.
Madison.
Him and her got it on. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Can imagine what it would be like, though, right?
Nah, you can't.
All right.
Anyway.
And anybody else want to weigh
And
in?
Murata?
No, I'm good.
All right.
No? What do you think,
Back to
Preston?
you, Preston.
I'd chuck her one.
All right.
Okay.
You'd hang out with her and be happy like Brad Pitt is.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
but not date.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know her. Can I get to know her for a little while?
Jeez.
Is that too much?
Nick.
to
Can we
ask?
talk? Can we share a cup of coffee and find out what we
right.
like and dislike?
That's fair.
Maybe see a movie or walk in the park.
I think that
Go
makes-
for a bicycle ride.
All right. One of the best things that happened.
Watch Tommy Boy.
One of the best things that happened yesterday was Nick sent us a teaser from Ryan Reynolds for Deadpool 3, and it is awesome.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. At first, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be one of his fun little,
Yeah.
humorous, goofy videos. But there's a wonderful surprise, and I'm going to ruin that surprise if you haven't seen it yet. And he does it, and they do it in a very funny way. But Hugh Jackman is going to be coming back as Wolverine in Deadpool 3. They're finally going to be in the movie together.
Yeah.
So great.
I love this. This is fantastic.
Well, they technically
Kind of, sort of, but they're
in a
trying to
horrible
forget
way,
that.
and so this is sort of funny because, in many ways, because it's a correction of that, and
Yes.
it's awesome. It could not be better, especially since we thought it was over, with Logan.
Yeah, and in fact, he makes a reference to the other movie, which he says, hard, he captioned the video, hard keeping my mouth sewn shut about this one. Because you're in the movie, they sew his mouth shut near the end. So, yeah, Hugh Jackman, who is not going to be coming back as Wolverine, is coming back as Wolverine, and he's doing it in Deadpool 3. That's huge. Huge, great
It
news.
just sucks we have to wait for 2 years.
I know, but it helps, it keeps you hanging on.
Well, you know how they
know?
do these movies, by the way. They'll sit and they do a ton of free line stuff where they're just 30, 40 takes on a scene to get the best line.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's worth it.
Yep. All right, let's see. A couple other quick things. According to Deadline, Bob Odenkirk will co-write and co-star in the comedy film The Making of Jesus Diabetes. It'll be alongside Andrew Friedman and Michael Naughton. Friedman and Naughton also held supporting roles on Better Call Saul. The film follows two middle-aged brothers who decide to make a movie about diabetes during the time of Jesus. Diabetes, really? In the time of Jesus?
All right.
Interesting.
Make a movie about
I got to make
it?
sure I'm reading that correctly. That is diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Diabetes.
Diabetes.
Beat us.
Betis.
Diabetes.
These are my testing supplies.
These are my testing supplies.
And then one final story.
Fond of nanny goats, I am.
According to Wilford Brimley. It was his birthday. It would have been his birthday yesterday, I think.
Miss him.
Diabetes.
According to the Hollywood Reporter, Patti LaBelle has joined the cast of the Wonder Years reboot for its second season. Yeah, she's going to...
Diabetes. You know, I have diabetes. You know, I have diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have diabetes. Diabetes. Call Liberty. Diabetes.
Call Liberty.
These are my testing supplies. These are my testing supplies. Diabetes. When I say diabetes. Diabetes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
Patti LaBelle.
Some of the
Patti LaBelle is joining the
Patti
cast
LaBelle.
of the Wonder Years,
That is correct.
which I really love. I think it's great.
I've only seen like one or two episodes, and I loved what I saw.
The family's great.
Yeah.
Out of the gate, they got likable actors playing likable roles, and it tugs at the heartstrings, and the writing is very sharp.
She's going to guest star as Bill Williams' mother on the show. So I'm not sure when that will be, when those episodes will be airing. So anyway.
Him and her got it on.
No, they didn't. All right, we're ready for clips. Blonde is a fictionalized take on the life and career of actress Marilyn Monroe based on the novel by the same name. And in this clip, star Ana de Armas talks about how she felt after her audition for the role. Here we go.
I was just like driving down Hollywood Boulevard with this very cheap blonde wig and some kind of like makeup, and I just had the feeling that I did something good, but I wasn't sure.
I want to see you naked.
Hey, I have a question about her because she has the that Spanish accent. When Latin, so you hear there are British artists all the time who change their accent into an Americanized accent, or vice versa. An American accent goes to a British accent. Have you ever seen like Salma Hayek or someone who has a fairly strong Latin accent? Turn that into an American accent.
It seems much harder. And in fact, she keeps, from what I understand, I have not seen it, though I do want to see Blonde, that accent is, you can hear it.
You can hear it just a little bit, yeah.
Well, yeah, actually, even a little bit more, like you just heard it now.
No kidding.
And because it is sort of a holding up the Maryland mythos and turning it a little bit on its side.
Yeah.
That they felt that was okay.
Okay. Blonde is available for streaming on Netflix today. I'm sure you'll watch that, Case. She's your number one, right?
And it's a long movie, too. I think it's like 2 hours and 35 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the next clip. Now a hockey powerhouse, the Mighty Ducks junior team is selective about who makes the roster in the Mighty Ducks Game Changers. Here, 16-year-old star Brady Noon explains why he knew of the Mighty Ducks before he was cast.
And all my family knew about the 80s, like my brother and sister, like we grew up all old heads. So we knew about like all these old cool like references, all these throwback songs and stuff like that. So all that stuff came pretty natural to us, and we found Mighty Ducks, especially me, and I loved it.
So Mighty Ducks were like a bunch of
misfits,
buffoons.
Yeah.
And now they're like badass hockey players, I guess.
I think this sort of has a Cobra Kai-ification to it.
Okay. The Mighty Ducks Game Changers Season 2 premieres today. That's on Disney Plus, by the way. All right, there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. We have a secret text word. Your chance to win a pair of combo passes for the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills. Text the word secret to 39333 for your opportunity to win. And we just keep giving stuff away because we got money coming out our hiney today.
Yes.
It is
butthole.
It is the Yoo-Hoo Loot. I just wanted to say hiney. It's hanging out our thong backwards. So listen up for Yoo-Hoo Loot. First chance coming up at 8, which is not too far away. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
She still looks annoying.
she's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They
it's up
start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
That fuels a surge.
the furor and
I'll be there.
not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
I hope he doesn't win.
The current.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
And that would be a good thing.
You know, I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, you know. You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging. So
it's well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah. Wow. That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we
Seriously?
took it in that direction.
Seriously.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, it would have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on
No,
this.
it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today. As we wait for your answer, it is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody. Here we go. And
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now, just how old
No,
are
we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she'd beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like
Okay.
that.
That did not
That's
sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
Like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that, yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point.
Need to talk.
Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could.
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
he
pay
was 13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
want your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah, Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee
Oh,
is
good
about
Lord.
to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just, well, over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop
little cold
Robert,
thing.
by the way. I'm sorry.
What?
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward.
Yeah.
today, which is wild.
I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy tuck.
50 bags in the Tommy
And the
Talk.
Tommy Talk.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think
us.
most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns. Were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
I meant to say
that's
the
exactly
other
what
word.
you do. Yes, mother effing.
Mother effing,
You just
and then
gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh yeah. The post meeting. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you going to do?
Now we got to look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I
don't want to see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why my little. I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor Steve. At least you're laughing at it.
Oh.
Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take
man.
that. Yeah.
God.
All right.
Okay.
All right. No,
Moving on.
Seriously. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
But like he said, when he uses S.
Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it normal? It just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until the
Not so secure.
I what happened was that I was chewing something last night, and I thought I might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a
no,
it's not a chewer.
No,
it's
a biter.
It's a biter.
Cutter.
Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Chose sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Chose.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally?
It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. You like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh, God.
Oh, you should put them in the
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
in case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No.
in yours.
I think I'll
Okay.
pass on
All right. Well, let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What did,
Gave away the
you did the stupid question, right?
with crazy glue. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off!
We're going to have to remind people of that one morning. We have Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up in less than an hour, less than 45 minutes now. Actually, we'll do it at 8 o'clock, so get set for that. But in the meantime, we'll chat about some other things. And I think we need to bring out the stream of consciousness.
Oh, yeah.
The stream of consciousness
Yeah,
there.
a variety of things. So I just throw them out there randomly.
One of your more infrequent characters.
Yes.
But
personal-
always exciting.
Well, listen, I think this is exciting. Yesterday, McDonald's announced that it had partnered with Cactus Plant Flea Market, a streetwear brand, which is embraced by the likes of Kanye West and Pharrell Williams, among other high-profile fans, and they are repackaging the Happy Meal experience for an older audience. They're going to have Happy Meals for adults.
I'm down with
How
this.
great is this?
I'm down with this completely.
I love it.
All right.
So I don't know.
I used to get them as an adult when they were for kids.
I am not sure what all this is going to look like. I haven't seen the renderings of it yet, but the package Happy Meal is coming repackaged for adults. The results of their collaboration is called the Cactus Plant Flea Market Box. It's a weird name.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
A Happy Meal style offering package with one of 4 bizarre little figurines.
That's really funny.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want better toys.
Like dildos.
No, I don't want dildos, but that's what I was saying. I mean, listen, we
Complaining about the toys in the adult Happy Meal.
because I don't want it to be a toy. And the second you started talking about this, I'm like, well, what's the prize going to be? What's going to entice me to order that instead of just a regular value meal? Because that's just going to
A Fitbit.
The toy.
Oh, well.
Now,
Nobody ever, even as a kid, you never kept the toy. You just played with it until it
You're
got
right,
lost.
Kathy. They were cheap throwaway toys.
Yeah.
You would play with it for a few minutes and then it was gone.
And then it was it.
Not you, Casey?
No, for a hot minute there, they had a few things. I remember back in grade school, they had like collector glasses. Do you remember those?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that wasn't
but
part of
that
the
wasn't
Happy
part of the
Meal.
Happy
That
Meal.
wasn't part of the Happy Meal?
No.
Okay.
Here's glass.
Yep. Yeah, that was glass. They would.
Yeah.
Yes, and we used to buy those too, but
Yeah.
those were not part of the Happy Meal. No.
Did you? The story of the creation of the Happy Meal is the History Channel did the men who fed us or the people who fed us or whatever the series was, and it was fascinating. And they were looking for something. They were losing kids in the whole thing. And so they realized by getting the kids in there, the parents are going to come as well. Obviously, they're going to come and do the deal. Out of the gate, the Happy Meal exploded.
Yeah.
Do you remember what a huge, I think virtually all of their advertising at that time focused in on Happy Meals.
Burger King would sometimes have little toys too, Steve, and you'll find this little piece of trivia interesting. And this was actually a pretty important plot point in the book Ready Player One.
Huh.
So they do you remember it was a pickle piccolo?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So they handed that. Now
I loved it.
in real life, outside of this book, but there was a guy that found out that toy whistle, whatever it was, that little flute, the piccolo,
Right.
that if you held down like 2 of the holes on it and blew it into a phone, that it was a certain specific tone. And you could get free long-distance phone calls
Wow.
using it.
No way.
And it ends up becoming an important plot point in Ready Player One. The book is so much better than the movie and goes into in-depth and some weird stuff like that throughout pop culture.
I love that.
And so, yeah, they dabbled
Piccolo.
in the toys as well. But I just thought it was interesting to bring that up. But
The big thing with the
Happy Meal?
Preston, is that often it was a movie tie-in.
Yes.
Yes.
Eventually
Right.
they
Yeah.
got to that.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm. And
they
in
could
fact, I have, and I don't know how I got this. It was sent to me as a promotional item when we were at Y100. I have all of the Happy Meal Toy Story 2 toys.
Wow.
And they're in a little, it looks like a barn or something like that, this little housing unit. I kept it intact at
I
home.
still have the Sophie's Choice collectibles. I'm missing the daughter.
Okay.
So, which is suitable. Yeah.
Right,
But,
right.
But it's all those stuff, all those things, those tie-ins were huge.
You can still do that for the adults if you're going to have an adult Happy Meal. And so, listen, these stupid figurines, I don't want them, right? But what if you had coffee mugs or, collectible
cool.
cups
Ammo.
and, ammo? Yeah, bullets. Hey,
Ammunition?
here.
Yeah.
Here you go.
When I worked at McDonald's, I hated Happy Meals because they were such a pain in the ass to put together. Like you had to load the toys in, and they took much longer than doing the rest of the food items that you had to have.
So assuming they were pre-put together up to a point, right?
To a point, yeah, but you would have to stack them. So, Steve, if you got time to lean, you got time to clean. And so you would also, if you had time to lean, you had time to stack up McDonald's boxes.
Doesn't rhyme as well.
No,
Yeah.
the managers didn't echo that every time. But they sucked. I hated the toys. I have an aversion to Happy
You'd
Meals.
see those empty boxes in the parking lot.
And occasionally you'd get like buckets, like little plastic buckets to hand out. They usually have those around Halloween, and they would use those as promotional items.
Somebody texted in and said I got it wrong that the whistle hack was from Captain Crunch. There was something you got in the cereal box in Captain Crunch. Maybe you're right about that. I think you're right about
I remember a pickle whistle.
No,
though.
there was, but the phone thing happened with something else.
All right.
Anyhow, hang on. Let me go to Patrick on the phone line. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Hey, guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, man?
Hey, I sometimes get Happy Meals in for the sake of my daughter as well. And if she doesn't like it, I'm an avid Pokemon card collector.
Right.
And recently, and sometime in the past, they've been putting Pokemon cards in the Happy Meals. And sometimes, if she doesn't like it, I'll just take the Pokemon cards and add them to my collection.
Oh, okay.
And so, because I have her in the car, I'll order like 2 or 3 and say that I have like kids at home.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Oh, I do that all the time. Yeah, you have to.
Get more. Yeah, just to add more to my collection. Sometimes there's rare ones that I have to add, and I'll find them in those packs.
You know what? And Patrick, you're like, oh, this. There's just something innately. Here's a little box full of Preston. What was the we were both doing it for a while. You get it delivered to home, and they would just sort of curate things to send you.
Loot crate.
Loot crate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Was that was toys?
So mine was geared more towards
Superhero
genre
stuff.
superhero, movie stuff. You could tailor it to whatever your interests were.
That was like the bitch box, right?
Well, basically like the bitch box.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Because there was Birchbox, which
Right.
is where we came up with Bitchbox, and I got those for. I mean, I was on. There was a couple of them, maybe like a good 2 years. I got one every month, and it was great. And then I had all of this like makeup and accessories, and I was like, I don't need any.
I know. We stopped using all the Loot Crate stuff.
So did I.
It was fun for a little while, but then we were like, okay, some of these things are nice, and other ones we just don't do anything with. Laura's mom works for McDonald's. Hi, Laura. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Good. Yeah, my mom worked for McDonald's for over 20 years. She was a manager, and all through the 90s, they actually got really decent toys. A lot of them were hooked in with movies, and I remember she used to have to put up these displays in the store that would put up all the restaurant, all the Happy Meal toys that you could get for that promotion.
Wow.
But I remember one specifically she brought home was for the movie Hook with Robin Williams and Dustin Hoffman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the shape of a bottle with a pirate ship.
That's cool.
It was really neat. Like, there was a bunch of different ones like that. Then there was the whole craze with the Beanie Babies one. It was insane. And we actually have, my mom since has passed away. She passed in 2010. But in a storage unit, I actually have a bunch of these that I'm still trying to figure out.
Really?
Yeah. What do you do with them? That's the thing. Yeah, somebody out there might want to. If you have the time to sell them on eBay or something.
Sure.
Right. But it was really interesting. I just remember them. I mean, and then they did get a little crappier, and they started getting just like a generic case. where they switched them out.
There was blowback, and they thought there was, I forget who instituted it or how it came down, but the basic idea was the associating food with toys and sort of bribing kids to eat food that they perceived as being less healthy.
Some a-hole mom.
Right, and so they ratcheted back on it a bit and then reintroduced it. So, but kids love it, and adults who pretend they have kids.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it. Hang on a second here. Michelle wants to talk about she worked at McDonald's in the 70s and 80s. They gave away some other stuff. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you. What's up, Michelle?
So I worked at McDonald's. I started in 1978 when I was 16 years old, and I worked there for a long, long time. And then I went back as an adult because they actually pay fairly decent for managers. But anyway, back in the day, the Happy Meals weren't just in those cardboard boxes. We actually gave Happy Meals away on little, like, snack plates, and then, like, lunch-sized plates at one time, buckets. It was cool. And, I mean, we gave away, well, not gave away, but, like, coffee mugs and, at one point, Eagles jackets.
What?
Eagles jackets?
The Happy Meal?
Yeah. Well, no, not with the Happy Meal, but like if you bought, like an adult bought like something with the Happy Meal, then you could purchase this Eagles jacket for like $1.99, and it was just a flimsy little racket kind of thing. But it was a bad choice of promos because we ended up with like a lot of the odd sizes left over, and we couldn't get rid of them. But
I'd imagine a jacket for $1.99 has to be some quality stuff. Did they?
Wow.
Did they have thongs you could wear backwards?
Yeah. All right, thank you, Michelle. I wasn't aware of that stuff. But by the way, the each meal comes with, and here's part of the difference of the adult Happy Meal. You can get a Big Mac or a 10-piece chicken nugget. As well as fries and a drink. Inside the box, customers will also find one of 4 figurines, including Grimace, Hamburger, and Birdie, each created in the image of Cactus Buddy, the 4-eyed smiley face mascot for Cactus Plant Flea Market.
Okay, I wonder why they all had 4 eyes.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't like it.
The box has been designed in the streetwear brand's signature style, according to McDonald's, featuring imagery of a 4-eyed Grimace visiting a McDonald's alongside Cactus Buddy. So I think it's a good idea. I don't necessarily like what I've seen pictures of here so far.
Right. Include some stuff that would appeal more to adults on the collectible level.
I think Casey's right, like a coffee mug or travel mug or
cigarette lighters
and things like that, maybe.
Exactly.
I don't know. Something a little more fun.
You know who Grimace's Irish uncle is in celebration of St. Patrick's Day? Steve, must have pulled it right out of your playbook. Uncle O'Grimacy. They used him to promote the Shamrock Shake.
Uncle O'Grimacy.
Grimacy, come on.
He only lasted
They
1
didn't
year.
even try on
That's
that
all
one.
you could come up with.
Just rolled over and farted that out.
Wow. Okay, so anyhow, this is going to be available. It's unclear when the promotion is scheduled to end, but it will start on October 3rd. That you can get this. Now, I don't know
I think
if
they're
that's
rolling
gonna
out
be widespread or not, but yeah, customers starting October 3rd.
I think they're also rolling out the McRib around that time again, Preston.
Around that same time?
They're reintroducing the McRib, yes. A perennial.
They do that.
Yeah.
Every couple of years or so. Didn't you have, there was a clip you had of somebody singing about the McRib or something?
This rapper is actually endorsing Arby's, I think it is, and so he goes after McDonald's, and this is his diss track on the McRib.
It's time to do
Music and that, and that. So every time they're driving by, you're hearing that.
Going for the
McRib
Arby's
wrap.
sandwich. All right, let's see what else we have. Okay, this is kind of cool. Privacy doors and lie flat seats with a chaise lounge option are features of the new premium suites that American Airlines plans to roll out in its long-haul fleet.
I'm down with this.
The flagship suite seats will be available on all Airbus A321XLR and Boeing 787-9 deliveries beginning in 2024.
I mean, I can't even afford a bigger seat. You know what I mean? Like, you try and fly first class, and all that is just like better food and a bigger seat, and I can't even afford that. How is anyone going to be able to afford?
That's a good
the
question.
suite?
The airline said in a statement, "We believe our flagship suite product provides customers with what they desire most on a long-haul flight: privacy doors, lie-flat seating, direct aisles access, and more personal space as well." By the way, on your way back from L.A., you didn't have a first class?
No.
Nick was going to try and bump you guys up, and I guess it couldn't come together.
It was full.
Yeah,
it was definitely full.
You requested to be placed next to someone who would vomit.
Oh my God! The guy next to me was puking in the and
Wait,
we were
what?
we were right next to the bathroom as well. Yeah, Kath, I heard him. He went into the bath. He was like kind of coughing a little bit, and then I heard him in the bathroom, and I just heard him going like, wait, no.
Like sick or like hungover?
I'm hoping it was nothing. Like I hope he was like either flight what's air sickness or a hangover or but.
Yeah, I tried to get you first class, and then when that didn't happen, they offered up that guy.
We can't do that. We have a man who will vomit next to him for the entire duration of the flight. That sounds good.
Well, it's my own fault, Nick, because you had booked me. I requested a window seat like I always do, but when I was checking in,
next to a vomiter, please.
There was a window seat that was closer to the front. That I was like, okay, I'll take that window seat. And not only did I sit next to the puker, but I also chose a row that doesn't recline at all.
I flew back
It
from
sucked.
when I flew back
I'd like
from
to be close enough to smell the vomit, please.
And next to the bathroom, next to a puker, and it doesn't recline at all.
Did I tell you guys this? When I flew back from Seattle, I got bumped by a guy with a cello. I had a front row seat, not first class, but like in the very front row, you get a little more leg room and a window seat. And the gate agent said, "I'm sorry, sir, somebody's flying first class and they have a cello, and they're not going to put their cello in baggage."
You got bumped for a cello.
They bumped me back
Dear
like 5 or 6
God.
rows. Yeah.
How good does that make you feel?
Did you get anything for that?
No. And listen, I was fine. I didn't want
Yeah,
to.
but did you pay for that seat? Like, did you pay extra? You know how you can pay extra for certain seats?
I arranged for it in advance. I didn't pay extra for it.
And the cello got your meal.
When I booked the flight, Kathy, that one was available at the same cost as normal coach or whatever.
Okay.
So I'm at the gate, and the lady was super nice, and I didn't want to complicate her day or whatever. So I was just like, yeah, okay, fine, that's fine.
By the way, that paying extra for some of those seats thing is a scam.
It's terrible.
It's a total 100% scam, except for maybe the emergency exit rows where you're going to get more leg room. I'm tall. I do appreciate the greater leg room if I have the availability.
I have no problem.
But a lot of times when I go in and I have a seat option choice. And, there's you can either pay $15 more or $30 more or $50 more, whatever.
Right.
I'm looking at some of these seats and where they are, and I'm like, well, the $15 one here looks exactly the same as the $35 one over there.
It's just further back in the plane.
What the hell? I don't care about being further back in a plane. Me personally, I'll sit in as long as it reclines and I've got a little bit of room. Listen, it's an extra, 5 minutes for people to get off the plane?
You're not going anywhere quicker.
None of us are going anywhere.
Unless it's a connecting flight.
Unless you're connecting, it's not a concern for me. I will sit all the way in the back. I don't care.
I love it.
I just need a view. I don't want to sit over the wing or something like that.
Right, absolutely. I love the notion of sitting in that escape or that aisle, Preston.
Yeah.
So you do get the extra leg room. And if we do have any issue, I'm going to take the passenger's head next to me, put it through the window so I can pop it out, and I'll be first out.
Okay.
So I will completely abdicate my former acknowledgement that I would follow all the rules and oversee the disembarking, and I'll be first out, and I'll paddle that boat away from the plane as quickly as I can.
All of that is part of I had the news story yesterday and how they're Biden is trying to say when you give a ticket price, it should be the ticket price. There shouldn't be, okay, then $30 more for your seat and then $30 for your first bag, and $45 for your second bag. And then, it's just give the ticket price so we know where. Because if you ever fly.
With a family?
Well, no. What I was going to say was,
I watch those numbers add up when that happens.
So that's the thing. So if you look on American, right, I feel like you get a more of an idea of what your price is going to be. And then you look on Frontier to see if it's going to be cheaper. And the ticket price comes up and you're like, wow, $69. Well, I'm going to book here. At the end of it, if you calculate everything that they charge extra, you're about the same price.
No kidding.
So it's a shell game. Well, that's why when you have this premium sort of setup here, where you'll have the divider, and because you can go all the way up to like you've seen the United, the Emirates, what's the top airline?
Yeah.
Where you have literally like a top level hotel room.
Right.
You know, that's off the charts.
So Americans said they're also going to refresh the Boeing 777-300ER interiors and retrofit those aircraft with flagship suite seats starting in 2024 and new premium economy seats on the Airbus A321XLR have headrest wings.
Oh, I like those.
For increased privacy. I like those
They
too.
keep your head stable while you're trying to take a nap.
You can lean, you have something to lay your head on. They're these flexible things that they can, and they're great.
You can stick your tongue out at the person next to you and they won't notice.
Great. By the way, a few people are texting in suggesting a seat guru for picking seats on the plane, and you can do it for free. So it's a way to get like the seat that you want without paying extra for it. And I've never heard of Seat Guru.
But those like third-party sites,
I
then
guess.
if there's like an issue, with your ticket or whatever, it's the airline doesn't cover you. That's why I
Right.
get nervous doing that.
Yep. So anyhow, new premium economy seat design doubles the amount of in-seat storage space, the airline says, and features headrest wings for increased privacy and larger in-seat entertainment screens as well. So they're working on premium economy seats. So I don't know if they're going to have regular economy and premium economy and business. And
Double premium has your own toilet.
Oh, wow. Okay, right there?
Right there. You're sitting on a toilet.
That's pretty awesome. All right, so we'll see if and when that stuff comes to pass. All right, what? Sorry, I burped. I have so many things here. I'm not going to be able to get to all of them. All right, this was from early last week. Listen, there are so many stories that I end up throwing away that we never get to, and I feel bad about it because I think they're definitely worth talking about. And this is one I missed. So you may have already seen this, but I wanted to bring this up. Instead of sitting in a tattoo chair for hours with painful punctures, imagine getting tattooed by a skin patch containing microscopic needles. Researchers at the Georgia Institute of Technology have developed low-cost, painless, and bloodless tattoos that can be self-administered and have many applications from medical alerts to tracking neutered animals to cosmetics. This according to Mike Prosnitz. Is that how you say that? Prosnitz. The principal investigator on the paper said, we've miniaturized the needle so that it's painless but still effectively deposits tattoo ink into the skin. It's like a patch.
Okay.
You put it on. And
then the image is there once you lift it?
Yep. This could be a way to not only make medical tattoos more accessible, he said, but also to create new opportunities for cosmetic tattoos because of the ease of administration.
It's like those rub-on tattoos that you that you had as a kid.
So tattoos are used in medicine to cover up scars, guide repeated cancer radiation treatments, or restore nipples after breast surgery.
Yeah.
Tattoos also can be used instead of bracelets as medical alerts to communicate serious medical conditions such as diabetes, epilepsy, or allergies as well. So if you've got the beatus.
I have diabetes.
I can't believe that's made a comeback on our show.
Glad it has.
Various cosmetic products using microneedles are already on the market, mostly for anti-aging, but developing microneedle technology for tattoos is new. Prosnitz, a veteran in this area, has studied microneedle patches for years to painlessly administer drugs and vaccines to the skin without the need of hypodermic needles. Kathy, that could be huge for you, too.
Yeah. Kind of fond of nanny goats, I am.
So they've developed these microneedles that are smaller than a grain of sand and are made of tattoo ink encased in a dissolvable matrix. And because the microneedles are made of tattoo ink, they deposit the ink in the skin very effectively, the lead author said in the study. In this way, the microneedles can be pressed into the skin just once and then dissolve, leaving the ink in the skin after a few minutes without bleeding.
Would this have an application to an elaborate piece of artwork if you wanted to do a tattoo that way? Or is this simply more medical?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Like, say I wanted to get a huge monkey swinging between my nipples.
It says here, the study showed that the tattoos could last for at least a year and are likely to be permanent, which also makes them a viable cosmetic option for people who want an aesthetic tattoo without risk of infection or the pain associated with traditional tattoos. So it might be more basic, but
What's it going to do to the industry? I wonder.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Probably not a lot.
Right.
I mean, you still want an
You need to-
artist
right, yeah.
to do really intricate work. So, all right, that's it. That's all I have time for in the Stream of Consciousness, because we got money to give away.
We do.
In the form of Yoo-Hoo Loot. And we're also going to talk to a friend. Well, no, that's coming up a little bit later on. So we got some guests and so on. But let's take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. The Bizarre File is up next, and your chance to win $1,000 from WMMR. So stay with us. For the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life, following last week's revelation that his ex-wife Brooke Mueller is back in rehab. He's
For
now-
the, 15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop. He's
no way.
not going to be able to get through the show.
I just
You
have
laugh
to. I
every
have to.
time.
Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are.
Yeah. Farfignugan. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But when I was in high school, we started if you had a lead, you started in June, July, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have
Practice over
enough
the summer.
rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like,
Yeah.
even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude, that was.
You sound like snot. Tim.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene.
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, I had to, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, or tricks to the trade of, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your jump.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are are there?
Where are you?
You are people.
All
All
right,
right. You are
yes.
people in a parking lot.
And never
Okay,
forget
parking
it.
lot.
All right. And then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can
Right.
see my junk is out. I am
Right.
now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
So clearly,
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to
All
my
right.
ear, not talking to anybody.
All right.
And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here,
You know what?
Yeah.
It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusion.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
The odor?
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes.
No question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on a laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
I And I might. Yeah.
She's
making a face.
No.
What?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say
Thanks,
you
Craig.
look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face. I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole. No, I'm
that.
just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. It's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I
Dude,
I was
that
gonna
was
say
so
that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
No, Kathy, you're.
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera. All right.
Yeah. Is that right?
That is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 then. You had to throw it away.
All right.
All right. So we move on now to the young.
The young,
which is
ish.
You guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
So we are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No.
Segway.
It rolls.
Exactly.
All right.
Rolls across deck.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right. Listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game.
No.
All right.
And then, Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes,
Yep.
ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a half.
Cow got in there somehow.
The cow.
Nick,
Or I have fat fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul, BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
Is it drink?
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you know?
no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your own
all these? Nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases.
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging Southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much there allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
They got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew,
They go,
pew, pew.
pew,
Yeah,
pew. Pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
That'd be the wildest thing. She ran a laser tag place.
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
It's terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
We were pretty much there allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Rider Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one. You know,
well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she
it
actually
was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right, and then it takes place after To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one
In
of those
a
things.
future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a
Tell
turn.
you what, just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Without a paddle.
Come on! Man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe it. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. Do you have a
lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too. If you're
Nice.
hungry, man, grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm.
1 minute away before you Hulu. You guys want to sing a song or something?
I do, yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Staying alive?
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Music loud and music loud and keep the right to whether your mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. You said shaking it, everybody's making it, staying alive, staying alive. We're actually doing this.
You never lose it, do you?
No.
You never lose that incredible ability to harmonize.
I mean, we are good.
We're goddamn great.
And you know what? We killed exactly 1 minute.
Here it is, MMRs. You who loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
Can't believe we just did that. The word is celebrate. Celebrate. Holiday. All right, the word is celebrate, not holiday. CELEBRATE. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it, the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is celebrate. CELEBRATE. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Modia Opioid Use Disorder. If your loved one is living with opioid use disorder, consider a clinical research study, and you can learn more at ModiaOUDstudy.com. That's MODIA study.com. We'll start with this. 2 people, including a 9-year-old boy, were injured in a bear attack while hunting in Alaska, authorities said. Yeah. The child suffered serious injuries, and the man sustained minor injuries. The incident occurred last Tuesday, about 40 miles northeast of Anchorage. The pair, who are related, were hunting moose in the Palmer Hay Flats area of a state game refuge.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yeah.
For a moment.
Probably wouldn't have been attacked by a bear if they forgot the moose.
Absolutely.
They came upon a brown bear that then mauled the child, and the man shot and killed the bear during the attack. Troopers and EMS responded to the scene following reports of a bear attack, found the 2 victims who were taken to the hospital, and at the last report, the child was listed in fair condition. The brown bear was with a cub at the time.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
They go into protect mode. Wow. How about this one? Here's another horrible story involving an animal. A leopard killed a man and seriously injured his wife after attacking them as they slept. The attack occurred in western India. Raju and Jasbin Shogol were asleep in an abandoned hospital when the leopard approached. The big cat mauled Raju Kogel and a 50-year-old laborer on the neck. Other laborers were nearby and called the emergency services. The couple were transported to the hospital. The man died from severe injuries on his neck. Yeah.
Man, probably... Imagine waking up with your throat in an animal's mouth.
Yeah, the woman is in serious condition. Leopards are skilled predators, but they don't usually attack humans out of the blue. In similar incidents in the past, the big cats have been desperate for food, appearing thin and starving. It's not yet clear what condition this particular leopard was in. A driver charged with fatally striking. I'm sorry, I got 3 nasty stories. Fatally striking a teenager in North Dakota. Allegedly told investigators he purposely hit the teen with his SUV after they had a political argument.
Okay.
Carrie Ellingson, who was 18, was struck and killed following a street dance. The driver accused of striking Ellingson in the alley, Shannon Brandt, is 41 years old, charged with vehicular homicide and leaving the scene of an accident that resulted in death. Brandt told investigators he left the scene after striking Ellingson and returned briefly and called 911. Court documents said that Brandt told investigators he had been drinking alcohol before striking Ellingson and thought the teen was calling people to do him harm after they argued over politics and he felt threatened. The Ellington was rushed to the hospital and pronounced dead. Okay, we need something other than
something happy.
that. Let's see, somebody died.
Funny death.
That one. Somebody's possibly dead in that one.
Possibly's okay.
Well,
no.
Good,
All right, yeah.
Good story.
Hey.
Wonderful, fun, and interesting story. No. A woman used an innovative technique to send her resume to the company she was applying. She printed the resume on a cake. Carly Pavlanek. Carly Blackburn. We'll just go with her last name.
Yeah, that's it.
Took to social media to LinkedIn 5 days ago to reveal how she applied for a job at Nike. While sharing a post, she also shared a photo of the cake having printed her resume on it. She said, a couple of weeks ago, I sent my resume on a cake to Nike. Yes, an edible resume on top of a cake. Nike was having a huge celebration for Just Do It Day. LeBron James, Colin Kaepernick, and other megastars were at the event. And I had done some research and found a division within Nike called Valiant Labs, which is a startup incubator for Nike ideas. So she said that the company is currently not hiring candidates for any position. She did this because she only wanted them to know about her. And she said, what better way than to send a cake to a big party? I was brainstorming with my former colleague when he said, Carly, do better. This is a creative place. Show up in a creative way. So she started thinking of getting an edible resume cake delivered to a party where she wasn't even invited. She also said that she wanted to go from North Carolina all the way to Beaverton, Oregon. The woman found a grocery store that made cakes with edible picture images on top of it. She got a delivery partner named Denise Baldwin that day, whom she has given an important role in the entire plan. So she taught the delivery partner, or talked to them on the phone, and he agreed to deliver her cake to the place she wanted to. Mr. Baldwin took the cake to the party, and when he was asked to leave the cake on the table at the front desk, he said, no, I need to make sure this gets to the right person. And he also navigated the Nike campus all while having a sleeping child in one arm and a sheet cake in the other. And according to Ms. Blackburn, she inspired Mr. Baldwin that day, which was a great achievement for her. She said, you have inspired me. Said this was meant to be, or she said, I am a mom and I am tired of doing this Instacart, and I know I have more abilities and qualifications to get something better. So anyhow, she sent this, and it obviously made an impression. I haven't seen any stories about her getting a job or anything like that, but that's pretty cool.
But they really like the cake. I'm amazed that the typeset and the print is actually very legible on this cake. Yeah.
I know we're not hiring, but we probably would accept these resumes.
Nick,
I think legally we have
currently entertaining a few prospects that sent me a waffle resume.
Oh, did they really?
Oh, really? Okay. You got to get those little information in little squares.
Right.
Or, of course, what will really land you a job, a breakfast pizza resume.
Yeah.
Breakfast pizza resume.
Somebody did do that. They left their phone. It was on it was their phone number and pepperonis on a pizza. They did it with Antez.
Wow.
I like that.
Years ago.
That's innovative.
It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be, but it means at least you're thinking outside the box.
Yep.
And into the breakfast pizza box.
All right, and that is all we have time for in the Bizarre Files. So the word is celebrate, by the way, for you who loot. So make sure that you enter that now. Celebrate, CELEBRATE. And you may win $1,000. And this is just your first shot of the day. So don't miss this opportunity. Take your chance every single time that we are offering this up. We want you to win. Coming back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You
don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone 10. On the air just turned off. Like,
tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all about.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
As the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
I'm so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice.
Yeah.
I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the guys.
I gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet.
Do you think
Hack the
that's?
planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, "Hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers." That would have been like made sense. I think it was just like, "Hey, dude, what impression do you do?" I don't know. I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, "All right, bro."
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so like there was no. I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee
of-
meeting or anything
No, I
like
don't
that?
think Anonymous got together and said, "Well, who should we represent? What about the great actor?" I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, "Let's get it."
A couple of quick questions because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and
God bless
John
his
Waters.
heart.
Yeah, who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure, he was my first. I'll never. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me, he said, "Do it again, but don't do it so." Effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to a John Waters set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. My mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids.
Yeah.
We're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was gonna be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in.
No.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
Guy. I
Great to see you.
appreciate
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
You kissed me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
But is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new
Yeah,
laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it's segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
Go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like,
So that was your mocking laugh.
that was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear.
Yeah.
I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flush that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But 2 historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian, which
tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the It's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had 2 forms of genital abnormality: an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently, a
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
he declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has 2, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning. And he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
That's what it was.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. I hate. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
Where's the Tin Man?
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was, I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
You're embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for
awful.
him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, or one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like, apparently from what I heard, it fell apart, it didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah.
He would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So
and it's not comedy and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Jesus God Almighty. Oh
Holy
my God.
crap.
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
No, I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah. All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah. You ran from home.
I want to talk about love for a moment. Yes, some. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess not really love. Maybe just dating.
Well, dating can lead to love.
You hope it leads to love someday. But there's something that I am not familiar with, a new term, if you will. So we're familiar with cuffing season.
Yes, docking.
No, not docking.
Oh,
Cuffing is that's when we couple up so that we can have someone through the Christmas holidays,
right?
To cuddle with in the cold and so on. So now, at this point in time, so we're a little ways away from cuffing season. So now, apparently, leading up to that, I'm sorry, I gurgled a little bit if you heard that. Is drafting season.
So you're actually reviewing potential candidates.
It's time to sow your oats, be dating freely, and then choosing someone wisely. So yes, you're playing the field. You're checking out the market.
You're emptying the tank.
You're emptying the tank.
Right? You're leaving it in the gym.
Yeah. It's it's like fight or flight.
Fight or flight. Yeah.
And you dump everything.
You vomit and run. Yeah.
So it's the precursor to cuffing time.
Okay.
And when it's done right, it means that you're more likely to find a match that lasts beyond the winter, and even brace yourself here well into the summer as well. So, yep, it's. Oh,
yeah.
I thought that was something else.
Okay.
Is this it over here?
Yeah, that's what you
Okay, I thought it was going to lead to this.
sweet mystery of life, at last I found ye.
I wonder if, okay, so somebody who would go through these steps, do you think they're interested in a long term, or because it seems a little...
This just seems too calculated.
It seems too calculated,
As
exactly.
if people like really do have. Listen, there are people out there that have a plan, right?
Right. They're called pimps.
Yeah.
There are other people out there that have some sort of a plan. They have specifics that need to be met.
Right.
They're not going to date somebody that's under this height that makes less than this and doesn't, but
I will tell you this, and I agree with what you're saying here. I actually did institute a plan that led me to my wife, Claire. So I'd been dating a number of times, and I was always like, what? And I was always in a relationship that had some substantial aspects to it, time-wise. I would invest the deal. I wasn't like, maybe stand-up. I had a little bit more of the one-night standish, around that time in my life where I was just kind of footloose and fancy-free. But for the most part, I was in relationships, and I tried to discern what was failing and what I did not like about someone, because I found that it was hard to assess what I liked and didn't like about a relationship while you're in it. So what I did is I even called it the Pepsi Challenge, and I was dating a couple of people at once. It's not something I'd ever done, and told everyone knew that. It was very open, and that's when I discovered Claire.
You shifted to just open, honest,
yes,
and meeting people, right?
Right, exactly.
So I have two quick points. I have a friend who has just given up on dating. She just got ghosted, and she's exhausted by it. She liked this guy. She hadn't been with anyone for a while, and then he just stopped talking to her, and she was so frustrated by it. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to date anymore. And my advice to her was, don't give up entirely. I mean, and this is just my advice. Take it with a grain of salt. But one of my best friends from college, Steve, did something similar. He went on a dating app. This was probably within the last decade. And his entire approach was, I just want to meet people. If I hang out with them and there's something is there, cool. If not,
that was my mindset.
I met and we had a nice cup of coffee and then moved on for the day, right?
Yep.
And then eventually he found his wife that way. It was somebody that he wanted to spend a little bit more time with. So it was just going out and meeting new people. Whether or not you ended up dating that person or not really didn't matter to him.
It was harder for me when I was doing it because I had to wait till the stagecoach came into town.
Sure.
I'm a little bit older.
No, I remember having plans. I remember being single and not wanting to be single and wanting to meet someone and trying to follow through on that. And I don't remember if it,
was it successful?
No, I mean,
burnt rubber.
No, not burnt rubber. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
But it's hard to say.
Did you orchestrate a plan in your mind? Do you think that you actually had here's what I'm giving myself? Because I actually said I want to be dating a couple of people at the same time so I can see a clear demonstration of what characteristics I like in someone and which ones I really could do without.
I remember a specific plan I had one time because I was going to bars, I was meeting people, we were having casual sex, and it was great and all that. But I remember one time there was this girl I kind of started dating. I'm like, okay, this time around, I'm going to take it slow. I'm not going to go for
the gusto
right away. And I took my time with that one, and it ended up not working out.
Can I interest you in some Manischewitz?
So I guess that was probably the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Although shortly after that, I was like, man, I should have nailed her one time.
At least get her to write an essay for you.
And in fact, I remember her saying one time, because we would make out and so forth. And one night she's like, well, maybe we're eventually going to do something besides kissing, right? And we ended up not doing it.
I did the same thing. And I'm like, and then... Regrets, I've had a few. No, but
but it ended up being the right thing. It ended up being the right thing.
It led you to Rochelle. It led me to Claire, and that was clearly the right thing for me.
I don't have anything to say.
So I thought you.
I saw you point at me. I'm like, I got nothing here.
No, it just says you're cute.
So you're adorable. Sex expert Kelly Gordon from Sex Tech brand Hot Octopus.
Hot Octopus.
Explains.
What is that? What is that? It probably ends up with pee in a bag. It just had a hot octopus. Jesus Christ.
Drafting, she says, Drafting in all your best possible options as the weather begins to turn is just common sense if you're planning on coupling up for Christmas. And many single people welcome the draft. This period of tryouts separates would-be relationship material from ghosts, breadcrumbers, and love bombers. Anybody want to? I don't know what breadcrumbers are.
And we talked
They're
about
like
it
nut
once.
busters.
I guess a trail of crumbs.
They leave trails to get back to them at some point. So like,
Oh, yes.
yeah, you like you break up or you ghost that person, but then they're like they'll like your comments on something on social media, Steve, and so they'll work their way back to you, and they're leaving these little breadcrumbs that are in, like, hey, I'm still interested in you.
That
makes sense.
What is a nut buster?
That's different. It's entirely different.
It's funny that all this jargon, all this nomenclature associated with this. Come on, man. But that's actually what you just said, Preston, is what I did. What I called the Pepsi Challenge is what you're basically suggesting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's similar to that, but with a goal in mind of by Christmas.
So that was never, I never had a time frame. I wanted it to be right. That to me is kind of stupid. And as you said, Casey, it's kind of forced and superficial and cynical in a way.
What is it? You want me to read this, Nick?
I don't know. It's just an interesting perspective.
It says, hey, I've been single for 7 to 8 years now. Got tired of it. Women can wear makeup to look better. Men can't. I am what I am. Got tired of hearing you're a good man, but I don't want to see you anymore. Women, at least the ones I met, want men to treat them like crap, so I gave up.
Okay. You're not in the right. No,
Yeah.
that's not. Right. That's an old fallback that I hear a lot of guys saying. You're just not hanging in the right crowds, and you're also kind of going into it with a bad attitude.
What's that? Oh God, there's a term for this type of deal.
Nutbuster.
Well, no. And it's rampant on the internet right now, where these people fall into these algorithms where the woman is the enemy. Oh gosh, what, Nick? You know what it's called?
Incel.
Incel. That sounds a little incel-y over there.
Well, and that's an involuntary celibacy where you have no option.
Right.
Well, that's where a person has had a series of they just can't find someone,
right?
And then they start to change it into they channel that into an anger
Actively.
of it's their fault, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
And listen, hey, I was lonely for a long stretch, and I remember that. And
did it ever manifest in that? I never thought it was them.
I mean, I got down on myself pretty hard.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely. And this was more like in high school, and then after that, I kind of found the right approach and the right people and so on. But yeah, listen, it can be really difficult.
I think your first reaction, like that, as you just said, was, what is it about me? I'm not blaming other people. I'm saying, is it meant when I go in public, should I be wearing pants?
Right. But now with the way things are in social media and dating apps and things like that, you at least have a gigantic net that can be thrown out there,
and you can completely lie about who you are.
What you have to do is you have to be able to handle rejection well, and that's one thing that I didn't do very well. I hated it. Fear of rejection was and still is something that I struggle with. But back then, definitely it was what a blow to the ego. Horrible. Felt terrible, you know?
It guts you in those early stages when you're getting caught up and just consumed with somebody and you're like, oh my God, and you get nothing back. It guts you.
Yep.
I don't know if it goes the same way. Guys feel it, I think, or at least used to. Maybe things have changed. I always had the feeling it would land harder on a guy being
Really?
Yeah, and that's so. Yes, this is
I think it's the same. It just depends on the situation.
Yeah,
Right.
But for me, it always seemed like that was the case.
Me too.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying,
yeah.
but I think Kathy's right.
And
but
it's probably
we
right.
Probably
Yeah.
view
Just
it
a
as
perspective.
It's
yeah.
harder on the.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, I think that's probably natural, but I would not have entertained. Or at that point, it's like there's no way no one can hurt this bad.
I have had a couple of friends though that did that where they directed just then hated all men, and it was like, no,
And then
come
they
on.
met Gary Lauer.
No, you're right. I've definitely heard that before. Not personally, but I've seen people comment to
What's
that.
made you so hard?
To that level. By the way, Kelly from Hot Octopus says,
I want to get Kelly.
The parent company is Dizzy Gillespie.
Serious.
says that drafting season may sound like a bit of fun, but it's actually a healthy exercise in self-awareness and self-preservation. The winter months can be a vulnerable time for all people as daylight fades and serotonin dips, mental health issues spike, and the global loneliness index rises.
I like a good serotonin dip.
By taking stock of your relationships and making good choices about who you'll choose to spend your time with and share your energy with as the nights draw in, you're making choices about your health and happiness in the coming months. She adds that polyamorous relationships, drafting becomes even more important. Drafting is about choosing and having options rather than feeling a lack. And when we date from this place, we're more likely to pick someone we're healthily compatible with.
Well, something I've always said, I know you agree, is that if you can be good at being by yourself and doing things and just being social without feeling the need to actually be in a relationship, when you are in that frame of mind, you're not simply, I need a placeholder. I need someone in my life to be here for this.
It's difficult at a certain age when you're surrounded by people who are in relationships.
Right.
And then it becomes awkward.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Unfortunately.
To the things
It
you
can
get
be.
invited to.
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah. I remember for the longest time, like for me, if I was between relationships, one of the great joys was being invited to a wedding. It's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got a shot. There's other single people.
I'm
at
there,
weddings
yeah.
as well.
Chicks here are so horny.
Yeah. Except from Wedding Crashers? Or, yeah. That's true, man.
I'm getting the chicken franchise.
Wedding was, weddings were, that was fertile ground.
Right for the picking.
Absolutely. You want to dance to this Flock of Seagulls song?
Everybody's into romance and, you know.
yeah. And when it's all, yeah. They're so in love. Have you found love yet? Are you going to finish your chicken?
I have another article about dating advice. This is from Australian relationship coach Luann Ward. Shared an insightful video on Instagram detailing each unattractive habit. These are 5 common behaviors that are instant turnoffs when dating.
Here are 5 things that are turn off in a relationship.
She sounds like a dude.
Yeah. Number 1, my accent.
When dating, singles should never go fishing for compliments or ask for validation.
Danger, danger, danger.
That you must admit that's perfect.
Yeah.
From others about themselves. No, they're saying it's dangerous if
Yeah.
you're going fishing for compliments.
No,
Danger.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Danger, danger, danger.
Also, be aware of the box jellyfish.
So you should be careful going fishing for compliments. Miss Ward said that this shows that you're insecure and you want to be the center of attention, and it isn't attractive to anyone.
I agree with that. Have you ever been with someone who fishes for compliments a lot?
Yeah. What would be a good example of how someone might go about fishing for compliments?
My penis always chafes my knees.
Yeah. Wow, it must be huge.
Yeah.
No, you talk about, you do the opposite about yourself, right? You know, so if you want somebody to tell you that you're cute, you go, oh man, I
feel unattractive.
I feel unattractive. Like girls,
I just don't
really
feel attractive today. In case, and there's a fine line between that and self-deprecation too, because sometimes if it's coming, I think you can tell if someone, it rings true with someone, or if they are quote unquote fishing for a compliment.
Oh. I'm sorry, I'm reading some text messages. This
Says you're cute.
No. I just don't feel pretty today.
Oh,
Just,
stop it. You're
Stop it.
gorgeous.
Really?
Yes.
You are gorgeous.
No, you're right. You are not pretty.
Because you are beautiful.
Listen, you're pretty on the inside, pal.
That's
yikes.
wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
I just,
I
love that
It
we're
never
such-
made it through to the outside.
Yeah.
You've got a great sense of humor.
I love what good friends we are.
That one.
It's so great to be such a good friend
God,
to you.
man, that was such a punch.
Knife in the heart. Oh my God.
Words can bring me down.
Sung by somebody beautiful, but written by somebody ugly.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
She's hot.
She's hot, but the person who wrote it, not so much.
I don't know.
I have a little song for you.
That guy.
My skin changed to gray.
You have a new song?
My name is Tyler.
This is the guy from yesterday in the Bizarre File. The skin turned gray.
I wrote a song.
Can you sing a little bit of it?
You are beautiful. Whoa, what this? Excuse me, that was part of my lung.
I am beautiful, no matter what they say.
Oh, God.
You know, it is true, though. There is somebody for everybody. And that's it, right?
Yeah.
Somebody texted and says, Presbo has such a good personality.
I'm not. The great thing about you is that I never feel like there's any sort of sexual tension.
Yeah. All right,
so
what was
nice.
it? What was the last thing you said? That there's
somebody for everybody.
You hear that?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I think the odds are more in your favor. Now, clearly, some people, by the way, absolutely don't want that or don't need that.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I've known people in my life.
Oh, yeah.
My somebody within my family had, in the 60s, I mean, not the 1960s, but, in this part of their life has found a full family, everything.
Oh, wow.
And has got it, waited and got it. So it came when it was supposed to be there in his life.
I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little strange. And it's splittigigging.
Yeah, it does sound
Did that sound
Yeah.
strange?
Yeah.
No,
I bet you can't even say that again.
Understand that. Now you're talking my language.
I think that there are, and don't get me wrong, God, I need to tread lightly here. You know how they say there's like a soulmate and so on, and you've found that one person in the entire world. I really don't believe that. I think there are lots of people that we could all end up with and be compatible with and have a great life with.
Like Gladys Knight had multiple pips.
Several pips.
Yeah, not just one pip.
Yeah. It was not Gladys Knight and the Pip.
Yeah. Look at how many pips.
You are the pip.
Gladys Knight and a Pip.
You're my soul pip.
I think had something, and this is why I'm hesitant to say it, because my wife is the most wonderful person in the world to me. I mean, she's my best bud and my lover and all those things. But had my life taken me somewhere else, I have a feeling I could have maybe found someone there too.
Let me give you the perfect example. My mom, I loved my mom dearly. My dad did. My dad was completely devoted to my mom. My mother passed away when she was 50. The cancer. You know the story.
Yeah.
Sheila entered his life and has been, I don't know what the delineation would be, what makes one. My mom was a soulmate, and I believe Sheila's my dad's soulmate as well.
Yeah.
And
she's a pip, too.
She's a pip.
Yeah.
He's too pippin'.
What a pip.
Yeah. But I mean, so I do understand that. Claire means everything to me, but were I to pass, I don't doubt that there's somebody out there who could be, and if you believe that there's one and one only, then okay.
Well, my wife was just saying to me the other day she would never marry again. I'm like, oh, stop it. Like, because with
you're number 3 and she's done.
The edict is that if anyone passes, then you have to wait at least a year. Right. And I think that's a safe, respectable number.
My dad never got. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. I guess it would. What seems right to you, but I think Preston, there is something to what you're saying. That you can find someone.
I've always kind of thought that, and I know it's more popular to say there's the one person in the world for you, but nonetheless,
let's be realistic. Though.
Yeah,
I mean, there's 7 billion people on the planet.
Yeah,
so
a lot of
pips out there.
Odds are you're gonna find another pip.
The world, there's like 1 billion pips out there.
Yeah.
For every Gladys Knight, there's 4
There's
billion
5 pips.
There's at least 3 pips.
Right. And, that Pip, that ain't you.
That ain't you.
No, there's another pip in there.
You're pipper than that.
That's right, it stinks!
So let me go back to some of these other common behaviors that are an instant turnoff when dating, according to this
All right.
Australian dating expert.
Danger.
Danger, danger, danger.
She said, next, it's not good dating etiquette to avoid answering questions and deflecting the question back on to the other person. That would that
so
be? I know
avoiding-
you are, but what am I?
Why are you?
no, like-
Why are you stupid?
No, they're probably trying to avoid answering whatever the question was.
Yeah.
I do think, though, one of the key things that I try to tell people is don't talk to a person and ask questions about them, even on a social level. You hate being out with someone who is just always addressing their own stuff without saying, what's going on with you? How are you doing?
Yeah.
Nick, were you answering that last message?
Yes.
It said, follow the Doobie Brothers and say, if you can't be with the one you love the one you with.
Not the Doobies.
Wrong band.
Crosby,
Nice.
Stills, Nash?
Sentiment.
Stephen Stills, yeah. It's a good
Crosby,
message.
Stills, and Nash.
Yeah.
So, all right. Instead, she's saying be an open book and allow the conversation to flow by being prepared to open up to the other person if you feel comfortable. All right. You should not treat your date like a therapist and avoid complaining about your problems. I've definitely been in that situation with someone before, and I've gone, okay, this
too much.
Forget it.
That thing, and I've seen it happen on dates, or if I've tried to hook up people. They'll start complaining about their ex or about what they didn't like.
Oh,
Stop that. Don't do that.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear about your problems. Sure, we all have had a bad day from time to time, but if you spend the date talking about it and all the crap in your life, nobody to hear how bad your life is. There's
nobody to hear.
Nobody wants to hear, I think is what I was supposed to say. Nobody to hear how bad your life is.
That must be the Australian way of saying
that. That must be it. Yeah. Singles should also be kind to themselves and not put themselves down.
Yes.
In front of a potential partner.
You're very naughty.
So that would almost be like fishing for compliments, too.
Right.
Ms. Ward deemed this to be the worst or the next level compared to fishing for a compliment based on the impact it has on the other person. She said that someone has to be constantly pulling you up. It's exhausting, and it's no fun for the person. It's a dating turnoff, which is true. And then last, she said...
Can I guess?
Sure.
Loud displays of gas?
No. I think that goes without saying.
Do you mind if I fart?
I'm sorry. I really have to fart badly. You're okay with that, right?
Thank you.
No, it also is deemed a major turnoff when someone continues to butt in when someone is speaking.
That's my whole job.
Or tries to change the subject or talks over the top of someone. I hate butter-inners. I can't stand it, even if it's just socially,
But
I'm not done talking here.
Do you know what happens? So obviously, as I'm half joking, but that's what I do here. But that's in a situation where you're there and you're trying to learn about someone.
That's different.
That's a different thing. And I agree with you. Or when like at family gatherings, it's funny though. When there's a large family, people get so used to jockeying for position.
Well, I was just gonna say that's the only way I can get a comment in at a family gathering. You have to cut somebody off, otherwise you'll never speak.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody just rambles.
Yeah, and I know the people who will continue to talk. So it's like you have to jump in, but she'll continue to finish her sentence.
So
and I'm like, fine, I'll just wait.
There's someone in specifically, and Kathy, tell me this: will you do this? Because I'll do it sometimes, and I love the people that I encounter within my own family that do it. But I will just keep talking. I will continue all the way to the end.
That's what the person I'm thinking of does, and so
I want to hear what other people are saying in that, and I try to give them a wide berth to do it, and then.
But sometimes, and listen, I'm not the type of person to do this, but with certain friends and family, I'll just stay quiet. I'm like, okay, I'm out. I'm out of this conversation. I don't want to be a part of it because I don't want to talk. Like, I don't want to have a conversation like that. Right. That's not a conversation. It's you talking over everyone.
My underwear feels weird.
For those who missed the earlier part of the show, Kathy went a whole day wearing her thong backwards.
Not inside out.
Recently. No, backwards. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you'll just kind of clam up, even if you're stuck there.
You know what?
Check out.
No, it's been so long that I just will exit the whole situation.
I need you to stop talking.
It's not like I clam up and somebody would look over and be like, "Oh, they're mad." No, I'm just like,
go over there
I'm not going to be. Yeah, I'm going to go over here.
Right.
And that's
in the
it.
corner.
Yeah, you fade away.
Yeah.
I'm going to Blair Witch it in the corner of the basement.
By the way, here's a text and somebody says, "How do I get my?"
Oh, shoot! I'm sorry.
That's okay. How do I get my fiance to stop complaining about their day?
Yeah, I mean, like that's an interesting question because sometimes you want to just vent to someone.
Yeah.
And so when you come home from work or come home from a bad day or somebody cuts you off in traffic, but then Steve, you were talking earlier about making fun of yourself versus self-deprecation. Like sometimes you want to get something off your chest, but other times you're complaining incessantly.
It's too much.
And that becomes too much.
I think I have an idea for this person.
Me too.
Legit, though. It's whatever you feel about if they're complaining and it's bothering you, you don't want to bring it up to them while they're complaining to you. You need to do it at another time, maybe at dinner, maybe find an opening to get in there and, hey, it's something I've been meaning to tell you. But don't do it when they're complaining because that is going to lead to an argument.
That looks like tit for tat. It looks like one-upsmanship, and you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, listen to the person that is complaining, right?
Listen to the music, as the Doobie Brothers say.
This is what you kind of.
That's a correct reference.
This is what you signed up for. So listen to their complaints and maybe listen for some patterns and maybe offer up some advice as to alleviate. Listen, you know what I mean? Like if they're coming back and complaining about the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, well, what can we do about this?
Well, a lot of times people just want to be heard without you trying to fix it.
Steve, you taught me a phrase, and it was actually from Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, which is, how does that make you feel? or what do you think about that?
Right.
Because a lot of times between men, and I guess men as well, but a lot of times women just want to be able to say it out loud and just tell how they feel.
There's a great scene in Modern Family where Phil Dunphy's on the phone to his wife Claire, and she's driving along and she's venting, and he's getting his like a mani-pedi with a bunch of women sitting around, and they're listening to the conversation, and he's making mistakes, and they're going, no. And so he starts to do what they're saying. Well, how do you feel about that? And she's like, oh my God, thank you for asking. And so all those little things that we may not hear mean a lot. Again, you're not looking for someone to ratchet wrench it and okay, I fixed it for you. It's like I completely hear you on this.
I also think that sometimes the complaints or whatever, especially if it's about your work, it might be above your head. Yeah. I know that when my wife is having some issues at work, like I'm like I almost don't understand what you're saying, like because you're using these terms that like I just don't realize. I don't know what TPS means or whatever it is.
But saying I could not light my fart today at work.
I'm so disappointed in myself. Hey, honey, you're a great fart lighter.
Oh, thank you.
You're fishing for compliments now at this point, right? Kim went to a therapist and was talking about this very thing last night. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great. What's up, Kim?
So last night, actually, pretty funny. Our therapist was talking to us about validation in relationships, and she talked about when you're venting about your day at work, about any issues, asking your significant other first if they are in a good headspace to hear your problems.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, and what if the answer is no?
Then you wait.
Yeah.
Then you wait. You have to
do you
respect
wait with
them
hurt
just as
feelings?
they are.
Do you wait with?
Wait.
Sometimes it does, but that's part of the relationship. You have to respect one another's boundaries.
Give and take, man.
That's it, Kim. So that's sometimes we don't. Look at us, all this doctor filling it up. But the truth of the matter is that does make a big difference. Take the pause. Understand that, as you say, are you in the right space to hear this? Also, to the earlier point, Kim, you can't always be coming home and unloading all of your angst and agita throughout the day on someone else because that's not fair.
Exactly. Maybe they have things that are bigger than. You never know.
Right.
Yeah, true. All right. Thank you. Good advice, Kim. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Here's a text I'll say. It says, it took me a while to learn that my wife didn't want solutions. She just wants to vent. And I learned that even though it would be rough to listen to this venting all the time, it was in my best interest to just be there for her. It's not the topic itself, but I just tell myself that listening to her and being in tune with her feelings was the most important part, not the actual complaint. Okay. That's nice.
Yeah.
What we're doing here.
That's it, man. That's it.
Yeah.
We learned about the
hot octopus.
Wait, no, was it hot? No.
Hot octopus?
Hot octopus?
Yeah, hot octopus.
Hot Carl.
Octopus.
The hot octopus was the one from cuffing season,
right?
And not cuffing, drafting season.
Yeah.
And then it was the Aussie
and the Nutbuster.
The Nutbuster.
Danger.
The turn-off things when you're dating. So, all right, interesting. All right, well, just thought it was worth talking about today as we're heading into quote-unquote drafting season, which leads into cuffing season. And so thought we'd pass those along to you this morning. All right, excuse me. We're going to take a break. Is our guest going to be here?
Yeah, she just texted. She's on her way up the elevator right now.
Excellent. So we're going to meet the latest evening anchor at Fox 29, Sheba Russell. We're also going to talk to Randy Bates in a little while and tell you what's going on with that. Speaking of that, we do have Bates Motel passes for the secret text word today, so make sure you text the word secret to 39333. And we'll see if you win by the end of the program. And coming up in a little over an hour, another shot of winning $1,000 with you, Hulu. We'll be back in a moment.
Get the mirror dry.
Got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the photos.
Look at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Maybe holding a severed head.
I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder.
Yeah.
Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And you always have that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
Oh. An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier
Yep,
than
there
men
you
who
go.
are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that. Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like a titmouse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a Japanese.
Come on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
And Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the birds.
Yeah, we're looking at a
They
picture.
are kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great tit?
It's the beak.
It's not a nipple.
No.
They're hairy too.
They're not hairy. They're
fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know
Fuzzy.
nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka in Suzuki. Said in an said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other.
No.
You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve Gang, thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing, since I started about 15, 16 years ago, I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series, because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it, and Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting, because I didn't do voiceover work, and I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and Disney's very secretive with their stuff, and I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out, or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
bring
give a
something
subtext
to the table.
it. Wow,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew was he was a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Yeah,
he seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. Yeah, it all kind of came down here. This became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. You got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was. You just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring, and Putty was it was just a guest spot, you know, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, you know, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even you know, missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, you know, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And because I think a lot of guys went in there and they're like, yeah, you know, I don't even do that, or whatever, you know, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and that because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The
Steve,
character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget that.
Spiritual, yes, he was deep.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just a pilot or a first pickup for this show, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? This is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
That makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion, getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
oh my God. But you have. I've seen you publicly, sort of, say you there. Sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, and so we helped them out a little bit here and there. But my mom can't stop donating to her charities. I'm like, Mom, if you're asking for money, you can't be donating. Right. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother signed petitions, actual petitions, to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier when you said
joking.
that.
No, I was not joking. No,
my God.
So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now I have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself. Right here. Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A. and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, "Yeah, you got to write a set list." And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list. What? Yeah, and then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert, and we were there. And
for the set list you wrote?
For the set list.
Well, all right.
Holy crap!
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
oh my God!
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on. They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out? Oh, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs.
Okay.
And I had some friends that I know that are hardcore.
So did you weave
the rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Warburton.
Did you weave in hits and rarities and did you? All right. So as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said, right, but he said no. But
what do you think you are, Patrick Warburton?
Right. But he asked later. Because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that, and there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So I don't know. This is I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows like how ridiculous it is, and we're backstage and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt, and we're walking back to the car, and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her and I held the shirt up and I sniffed it.
Of course.
and then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face and I go,
we do, for years, we've been working with Fox 29. We did the Good Day Philadelphia morning hit, Mike and Alex. We've been doing that for a long time. So we have a nice connection with the gang at Fox 29. And so when we heard a new person was in town, we wanted to welcome them by and say hello. You can catch her weeknights as a co-anchor of the 5, 6, 10, and 11 p.m. newscast. And we are happy to say hello and welcome to Sheba Russell this morning.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Nice to have you. And thank you for apologizing. We started off, we met in the hallway with an apologize. She had just gone to the restroom and shook hands. She goes, I swear it's not pee. I just washed my hands. I washed my hands.
I always do that,
I thought
too.
you would remember that, right?
Yeah.
A memorable line when you first meet someone.
I always remember that. But I do that, too. I hate shaking someone's hands right after washing my hands because they're going to think
You don't know.
I'm not going to think that you peed on your hands that much and just walked out of the bathroom.
Shows you how little you know about Kathy.
How little you know about nasty humans.
Yeah.
There are nasty humans out there who would do that and be
Yeah.
okay with it, or sneeze and then shake your hand.
Oh, yeah.
That's
All
one of the. Go ahead, Preston.
So let's find out a little bit about you. You're from the area, you're from Central Jersey, right?
Yes, I'm from Jersey, Ocean Township, Monmouth County.
And but have started off your broadcast career elsewhere and then brought back.
I've
here
been
to the
all
area.
over Preston, so
Okay.
it's really nice to be back. I started my broadcast career on Long Island, then I moved to the Bronx.
We're at Long Island. Did you do News 12 or what did you? Okay,
so
there
at
was,
that time there was a station called Neighborhood News 12. It was part of the News 12 family.
So I'm born in New York and raised on Long Island, so I knew News 12 for the longest time. And then you moved to NBC 10?
I moved to, no, not NBC 10.
NBC
so
4.
after Neighborhood News 12, I went to News 12 The Bronx.
Right.
Then I went to Pittsburgh, WTAE TV. So I've worked in Pennsylvania before, just on the other side. And then I moved to Boston. And then I moved to NBC4 in New York City and then to Atlanta. So from Atlanta, I'm back up home.
So NBC News 4 in New York, Preston, is the Sue Simmons. I would always tell you about Sue Simmons. We played a couple of clips from her.
What the F are you doing?
Right.
Yeah,
Off on but yeah, so it was one of the big stations. And so you've been around the area. I assume it's got to be. I mean, you're not a pro at it at this point, but you've got to acclimate to different areas. You're on the other side of the state.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
do you get
All
like a
the
little primer?
pronunciations
Yeah, right.
here, it's a challenge. You know,
Right.
I think it's great to challenge your brain at any phase in your life, right?
Yeah. Do they actually sit you
going.
down and say, because in this area, people will pick up on, in every area, everyone's very protective of their local names. And so do you kind of give yourself a course, or do they give you a handbook of what to learn, or how does it play out?
There is no handbook.
Okay.
So before I even arrive in different markets, I'll watch the news and take notes on my phone. And when I get into the station, you know, for the most part, the station is this particular station, Fox 29, has been very supportive with the pronunciations.
Good.
They'll tell you before you get on air. They'll put things in the scripts. You know, I came into this business back in the day where people were not as kind. They would, you know, it was trial by fire. And they knew, you know, back in the day, they knew that there were certain words that they knew you wouldn't know how to pronounce. And then they would sit back and wait for you to mispronounce it, and then get in your ear after you mispronounced it to tell you that you mispronounced it.
What did you think of the first time you saw Bala Kinwood written down?
I know. I was like, I need to know how to pronounce that particular community, because you don't want to upset people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think the benefit of working in Pittsburgh, those many years ago, I already know how to pronounce some words that are in the state.
Right. Schuylkill and all the other things here.
Lancaster
Right.
and Wilkes-Barre and, you know. So things like that have been very helpful.
In Pittsburgh, were you familiar with the phenomenon known as the Pittsburgh toilet?
No.
So there's for some reason builders for a time would put a toilet like just in an unfinished basement just in the middle of the room.
Yeah,
like with no walls.
The closest to the pipe.
Yeah, it wasn't uncommon to
You know
see a
what? I
toilet
might
just
have
sitting out
gone-
all on its own.
I was a street reporter for many years.
I'll bet
I
you saw
might
them.
have gone to a bathroom like that.
Maybe.
It was in a home though. No. See, it's been many years.
okay.
It might have been I don't know. I did go to a bathroom where it was just a hole somewhere.
I bet you washed your hands afterwards, though, didn't you?
I don't know if there was a place to wash my hands afterward. I think it was a hand sanitizer or something at that point.
Apparently, it's common in Pittsburgh. So
Yeah,
I
I definitely have that experience.
so you were in Atlanta for 6 years. I was reading.
Yes.
That looks pretty cool.
It was.
Yeah, Atlanta.
I
went there.
enjoyed
I went
Atlanta.
one time. It was for a convention of sorts. So I was only there for a couple days, and we had stayed in the Buckhead region, and I really liked it. I mean, there was great restaurants and really cool stuff, and I'm like, I'd like to come back around, but nothing has ever brought me back to Atlanta for any particular reason.
It's a booming city. When I first got there was a bit of a culture adjustment, but the city really grew on me fast, and I love it. I love everything about it.
Hot as hell, though. Right,
But I love the
oh,
heat.
You do?
I'm
Okay.
a summer baby.
Yeah,
So, the fact that I had to put on layers today is such a bummer.
Well, so how'd you do in Boston?
Boston, oh my gosh. I was a street reporter for 3 days a week in Boston. I wore snow pants for about 6 months out of the year. And I was on mornings, the coldest time of the day. But no joke, I wore snow pants for most of the year.
Of course.
Going into, it was supposed to be summer months. I'm like, are we going to warm up at some point here?
Well, at that time in the morning, you're dealing with the old temperatures are off the table there. When you are a street reporter, and it's become over the years, obviously we're tied into the local news scene here, and we've been around for a long time here. And it's a fact that what they used to send you out with was a lot more elaborate, and they kept paring away. And so you're a lot of times, you're the whole show when you're a street reporter these days. Did you ever have a particularly tough situation when you were out on the street? Because, they would send a few people in days of yore, not so much as it evolved over the years, where you felt like, I'm in a dicey situation here.
Well, Steve, I used to be a one-man band reporter. That's what they used to call it.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day. And when I was a one-man band reporter, I was covering the Bronx. I had a woman physically assault me when I was out on the streets. She hit my hand and knocked the microphone out of my hand, and some neighbors called police on her. But by the time the police arrived, I was able to calm her down and get her on camera.
Good job.
So I have had some dicey situations covering the news by myself. So
I mean, you're by yourself.
I guess I don't really. I don't see a big difference.
Yeah, okay.
I know that there's, if you have a crew with you, back in the day, we used to have one guy who ran the satellite truck, another guy who was out there as the photographer, and then it was you, so you felt a little more guarded. But I definitely have been in many situations where it was just me.
The street reporter also ends up with the gig that I always feel so terrible for you if you happen to be that person that is, 4:30 in the morning on the morning newscast going, "No, Jim, it's not snowing here yet." Now, you see behind me, there's nothing going on at all. And I'm glad I got up at 3 a.m. to drive out to Lancaster to show you that it's not snowing here right now.
I was just talking to my co-anchor about that.
Yeah.
He's like, I love weather coverage. I said, I don't really. Because I've been that street reporter out there when nothing's going on yet. You have to keep explaining that nothing's happening yet. Yeah.
So your co-anchor is
Very challenging.
Jason Martinez, and he's relatively new, a couple of years.
I think about 3 years.
Okay. What was the first thing he told you when you came to the market? Because he came from another market.
I mean, the first time we met, it was just, hey, you're my co-anchor. We just had a pleasant dinner and just got to know each other. I don't know if there was any particular piece of advice that he gave me. Everyone at the station has just been really warm.
No, they're awesome.
Really warm.
But there is a weird, it's one of the most key elements to making a newscast like yours work, which is the chemistry between the anchors.
Yeah.
And that has to be finessed in a way, but you also have to, okay, let's get up and running quickly. So have you ever had a situation where and you don't have to name names in a market, but where you're like, oh, this is not going to work?
Let me just say this about Jason. I have felt like from day one that he's always had my back.
Oh, cool.
And
That's
has
good.
Said, he has said something to me like, I have your back kind of thing,
Right.
which is what you want with
Right,
your
right, right.
on-air partner. You don't want someone stabbing you in the back as soon as you get off the air.
Yeah.
I don't think there have been some situations where I just know I have to watch my back. They haven't done anything really deliberate in front of me, but I'm a great people reader and a great energy reader. I think that's one of the reasons why I've been able to survive in this business for more than 2 decades.
Yeah.
But nothing where I have to walk into the boss's office and say it's time to go. Nothing like that.
Right. Okay.
One of the greatest news anchor backstabbing stories happened right here in Philadelphia, which was back when, there were a couple of anchors. You know the story,
and
right?
I know her, yes.
Oh, you do? You know Alicia? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we knew her as well. And we knew all those guys, which was kind of weird.
We knew both of them well.
Yeah, very well. And it was to us, we were going, really? That really happens in this industry where you have credible people who we trust and so on?
I would imagine, though, that's part. Listen, it's with anything, and that's why you guys are you don't get a lot of that. So you guys also besides that, you have Dr. Mike Sirigliano at the beck and call. So he loves you. He can give you a shot of something that'll calm you down.
It is funny that stuff became front page news, though. Local news anchors become
celebrities,
especially in Philly. But I wanted to ask you about 2 viral moments that happened at Fox 29 and whether or not you saw them before you got to town. The first is Mike Jarek making fun of the Kardashians, and the second is Steve Keeley getting plowed over by a snowplow.
I didn't see those 2 moments.
Really?
I saw some other moments
Okay.
that have gone viral, but no, man, that happened to you, Steve. I'm
Steve,
sorry.
well, not me,
God.
Steve Keeley. Yeah,
Steve
yeah,
Keeley.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, not Steve Morrison. Steve Keeley at Fox 29, yes.
Steve Keeley got hammered. He was standing side of the street, a little too far out, and he's a real out on the street. We used to have our fun with him, and then there's the footage.
Oh, they're playing it right now. something like that, something similar to that happened to me. Yep, exactly.
Watch, watches, boom!
Ooh, when I was in
pushed the snow on
Boston,
him.
it didn't go, there was like a wave, and it's like a traffic accident. It comes at you in slow motion.
Jeez, yeah.
And it made my resume reel. It was part of the resume reel that got me to New York City. So I'm on the side of the road, and when people are watching that, they think you're closer to the road than you are, something with the dimensions of the camera.
Well, it's also white out because you get, yeah.
And I was out there describing sludge on the side of the road, on the side of a highway, and the big wave of muck comes towards me this way. Yeah, that made it.
I mean, after that, are you like, can I go home now? Like, is this over?
That's just the beginning of the torture. That's it.
If you're just tuning in, it's Sheba Russell, who is evening anchor on Fox 29, and we're getting to meet in person for the first time. How about a little bit about you personally? Kids, married, stuff like that?
Yes, I have a daughter. She's now 18 years old, and she just started at Drexel University.
Nice.
I'm super proud. So our stars aligned at just the right moment.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
So had she already been looking at Drexel before Philadelphia?
Drexel was one of the schools that she had applied to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to be an engineer?
No.
Okay.
Drexel is known as an engineering school, but they have a fantastic fashion design program, fashion merchandising program. So she's now in the design and merchandising
Our
program.
music director is Drexel alum. Yeah.
They have a fantastic music program. Drexel's fashion design program is one of the top 10 programs in the country.
I did not know that. Okay, so she could go on to be a famous designer. Wow.
She's now steering toward merchandising. So it's interesting because when she was first accepted, it was design, but throughout her senior year, things were changing for her. She was getting some work experience. And so now she's more interested.
Well, Nick has a big velour connection.
Oh, yeah. If you ever need a velour tracksuit, I got a guy. Yeah, I know a guy.
Is it the Juicy Couture?
No. It's
J-Lo?
Velomino, and it's made in a closet upstairs. But believe it or not, I got tracksuits for everybody in the show. It's terrific.
And they're awesome.
Yeah.
But it does look like a juicy. That's what it is.
From someone who's traveled around the country, worked in a whole bunch of different places, I'm always curious when you come back to Philly, like what's the most underrated thing about our city? Because Philly gets trashed all the time. We always get sandwiched in between New York and D.C., but it's a great city. We've all lived here forever. What do you think about this town that people don't know outside of Philly is great?
I definitely think Philly is misunderstood. before I moved here, I feel like it was the most hated city in America or something. And I get here and I'm like, what? I don't get it.
Right.
I do love Philly so far. This has been the easiest transition of my career by far. I don't know if it has to do with how many years I've been in the business. I'm closer to home now. My dad, my sister, my brother, they're still in Jersey. Some of my childhood friends are closer here. Since I've moved back, some of my friends from graduate school have reached out because they're right here as well. I love the restaurants here. I do love the grit here. I love the toughness. I think the whole thing where they say Philly is the rudest city in America. Did you see that the other week?
Yeah.
I'm like, I just feel Philadelphians are misunderstood because, and I'm gonna say we, because we are honest and we tell it like it is, which is very similar to the New York City way as well. I appreciate that.
It's an easy go-to, and a lot of people just like, oh, you guys, this is what you guys are about, and we've seen it time and time again. But the people here get it, and it's one of the things that I always love, being from New York myself, is that I always said that Philly has, so it may have a bit less than what Manhattan has, or the city proper or the general area, but you also have a lot less of the BS, and it also has, bizarrely, for a big city, a small town vibe that's really cool.
Yes, it's very similar to Atlanta in that way. There's a lot of friendly people here.
Yeah.
It's called the rudest city in America, but people are very friendly. You can say hi to people. You can say thank you. You can engage with people, and it's not a bad thing here in Philly, which is what I appreciate.
All right, back to a little bit more about you. I still want to find out a little bit more about you.
Yes.
What type of, so I'm going to ask you these questions. What are your activities? What do you like to do? What's fun for you?
I love to exercise. I do a mix of Soul Cycle and Orange Theory. That's big with me. I love to hike. I love to swim. I love to go on vacation. I love to be really close to the beach.
Okay. All right. Well, you got close to the beach here. Well, you grew up in Central Jersey, so you know that.
You impress me as a big game hunter. Would I be correct?
What was your beach in Central Jersey?
Well, so when I was growing up, Asbury Park, which is closest to me, was pretty much, it was a ghost town when I was growing up. So we would go to Asbury, Long Branch. But for the most part, when I go back to the Jersey Shore now, I go visit and stay in the Asbury Park region because it's so built up now, and I'm so proud when I go back of how they've been able to
turn it around?
rescue that area and turn it around.
Yeah. All right. Favorite movie? Or movies, movies.
I would go back to the past. I would say Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
Never seen it.
Never seen it. Can you believe that?
I just haven't seen it, and now it's like it's too far gone.
We were trying to figure out which prostitute we would go with.
Oh my gosh! I think
it's
like more than prostitution.
It is. But we were discussing which prostitute
it's Disney prostitution.
Would be Kit or Viv. And Casey was kind of going for Kit, I think. Or no, Nick, you were saying Kit.
Right. She seems like
more seasoned.
We were saying if we were going to drive across the country with a prostitute,
is it worth it?
Would you go high end or would you go low end?
Julia Roberts. Or,
right. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
New Jack City. Have you watched New Jack City?
I love New Jack City.
Forever.
Yeah. Long
I have
time
a lot of great favorites. I think now I watch a lot of series. Not a lot of movies.
All right, what are you watching?
Days. I am watching House of the Dragon.
Yes.
Were you a Game of Thrones
fan?
Yes. Yes.
Love it.
Yes. I love House of the Dragon. And what else am I watching? I don't know if Grey's Anatomy has come back on yet. I have a big list.
There's like 19
TV.
seasons of Grey's Anatomy.
I'll tell you what, I just started watching. This is totally off topic. We're going to talk about me for a minute here, Sheba, if you don't mind. But I just started watching She-Hulk last night with Caroline. I've watched 2 episodes. I love it.
Oh, really?
I think it's so much fun.
I enjoy it. I'm glad you do too. I want to see where it goes because my feeling is now I was like, and I'm waiting for something more to happen. I do. So I like you at the beginning. I don't want to ruin it. You just hang in there and tell me what you think, and we can when we're getting our mani petties, we can talk about it.
Very good. 2 episodes in, and I'm happy. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
So
I also watched the Power series on Stars, 50 Cent show.
No.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they're on the Kanan series now, so I'm really into that.
Okay. What about music? What
all
do you enjoy?
tastes. I mean, since living in Atlanta, I have a really great love of trap music. Hip hop. I've always loved hip hop.
Okay.
But I love all genres.
All right.
I went to Nashville one night, and I started off at the Grand Ole Opry and ended the night at a Kanye concert.
Okay.
So my tastes are all across the board.
All right. Very good. Excellent. And your daughter, she's into similar stuff that you're into?
Yeah, she loves concerts and music, and loves making new friends and seeing what, we love to go to new restaurants. That's the thing that we love to do.
You're in the right town. Yeah. It's a foodie town for sure.
It's not a false compliment. You must get confused as sisters because when you said you had an 18-year-old, I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah, there's a lot of texts coming in about how they're watching us on YouTube and how young you look, and you shouldn't be able to have an 18-year-old and been in the business for 20-some-odd years.
It's
or
funny.
whatever.
I was in our apartment elevator about 2 weeks ago, and we brought a microwave to her dorm, and turned out she didn't need the microwave. So I was moving the microwave from my car to the mover's truck, and I had it in the elevator with me, and the guy's looking at me because it says all my daughter's dorm information on there. He's looking at me, he's looking at the box, and he's looking at me, and I said, I know what you're thinking. You think I'm moving into college. But I'm not.
Yeah.
It's my daughter's microwave.
Nice.
You must use
I'm
Palmolive.
flattered. I don't see it. I'm flattered, really.
We see it, yeah.
Well, listen, we're glad you made some time to come in here and say hello to us.
Thank you.
And we wish you all the luck and welcome you to our fair city. And
Thank you.
hopefully we'll be running into you again sometime soon.
I hope so.
Absolutely,
Excellent.
yes.
Thank you. From Fox 29, please give some love to Sheba Russell. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Don't forget, another $1,000 to be given away this morning. You Who Loot is on the way shortly. Bizarre File coming up.
Now be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins, so I couldn't staple in the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event, too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil.
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
something
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good,
like
yeah.
that.
The word sinister is from the Latin meaning left.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left
Have
hand.
you been doing it wrong all these years? Kathy, you're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I don't think I believe you.
seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up then.
everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
They're living a lie.
right?
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
Oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out like with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have
Can
him
I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not
I
that
wanted
one.
that one.
The game we're going to play is Young versus Younger. All right, and we use that term young
Oh, I crack up at this.
loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called Young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use a microphone.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone like backwards. Not quite backwards,
that
but
bad.
pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew, one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
Since September. All right, just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you've played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk. All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before, and also joined us last time. We have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to try this out. And we're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason, Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down. Then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is. Okay. All right. Let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. BUTT. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
Ah, and you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct, Nick.
Drinking a beer after it was poured through an ass crack.
Ah, incorrect. So Steve is the only one that got that right. Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bull crap.
Bull crap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right. Yes.
It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that too. Let's see, Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
They're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7, and then Brianna. Let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Thought. T-H-O-T.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps. T-H-O-T. Thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what
thinking
this
through
is.
this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours? Thought?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. Buzz. Wrong answer. All right.
Preston's like, go camera 2. Ready,
Exactly.
camera 3.
I'm just going to direct. Kathy, what do you have for thoughts? T-H-O-T.
The hell out there.
The hell out there. You're actually the closest. Yeah, you actually got one word right in that. So that means that Chris does not win. Is that who Kathy was playing for? All right, so for listener John, we go to Nick. Nick, what does thought stand for?
That hoe over there.
He's correct. That
How do you know that?
Over there.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these Bay and Thought and that kind of nonsense. Yes.
Chris, did you know that that's what it meant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. So fair enough. Write this down. Hepcat. H-E-P-C-A-T.
There we go.
That's actually even before our time.
I don't know what that is.
Hard time. Hepcat.
Hey, good luck with that one.
Look at the look on Brianna's face.
Preston,
Is it like an acronym?
well, we're not going to give you the answer to that. How are you going to
I
determine?
hate these terms.
Hepcat. Hey, Preston, how about Ovodio dough?
Yeah, right. We'll throw that one in there, too. So it's of the same era. All right, Hepcat. You guys got it written down? All right, let's go to Aaron. You're playing for listener Evan. Aaron?
I know this is wrong. An STD test.
No, it is not an STD test.
I wish Hepcat was an STD test.
Sorry, Evan, we got to let you go.
I don't know what it is, and that's what I thought. It sounds like an STD.
All right, let's go to Sam next. Sam, what do you think Hepcat is?
It sounds like a part on a car, like the Hepcat is broken.
That's a good guess, but that's way
Sounds like
off.
hubcap, right?
So, sorry, Jay, you don't get anything. Chris is playing for listener Steve. Chris, what's a Hepcat?
I put like a test a nurse would take.
A test a nurse would take. Kind of like the LSAT.
I got a 550 on my Hepcat.
No! Sorry, Steve. All right, and then listener Kim, Brianna is playing for you. Brianna, what do you have as a Hepcat?
I'm sorry, Kim. I said scanner.
A scanner. No, that is incorrect. So, Kim, we got to let you go.
Do you guys know what it is? What a Hepcat is?
I don't know.
It's a cool person. Cool guy. Cool person. Yeah. He's a Hepcat.
Is a term for jazz and beatnik subculture.
Yeah.
So that's what that means. All right, here's one for you guys. Throwing shade. What does throwing shade mean? What does throwing shade mean?
Insulting or disparaging.
That is absolutely correct. Talk trash about a friend or acquaintance to publicly denounce or disrespect. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Ready, Bell? Q Bell?
Yeah, Q Bell.
I'm the worst.
Kathy, what does throwing shade mean to you?
I just want to say, I wasn't kidding. Like, I heard that, and I wrote down the first thing I thought it meant, and I put sunglasses on.
Oh, my God. What? That's shades. I thought we were going to nail this.
Sorry, listener Brian, you don't get anything. Nice job, intern. You kicked ass. A new study confirms why we close our eyes when we kiss.
Oh. Do you close your eyes when you kiss?
I do.
Yeah.
Open them occasionally, but no, I don't stand there wide-eyed the whole time.
Your face looks funny this close.
Well, that's why you close your eyes. You can't see, right?
I think so why do you do it?
When it comes to kissing, we close our eyes in order to focus on the physical sensation of kissing. So
It's interesting because my wife and her brothers, a couple of her brothers, will close their eyes when they're eating, when they actually are chewing. Mm-hmm. And that would be in line with this.
Yeah, to take in a little bit more, to cut off
one sense.
One sense you can focus, you can sharpen the other ones a little bit more.
Why do you squint during a handy?
Maybe it hurts and you don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, loosen it.
Take the welding glove off.
You don't want to look at him right in the eye.
Sorry about accidentally texting you. I hope this makes up.
But honestly, when something really does taste good, don't you go, oh,
you do.
Close your eyes. I'm a sensual eater.
You are.
Oh, God. Dude,
yesterday you were doing it yesterday with that chicken.
Oh yeah, G-O-Z-O. I know.
Do you on Thanksgiving? Do you stick your head down and lick the stuffing out of the turkey?
Dude, Thanksgiving is a bit of an orgy.
Yeah, oh my God.
For me,
it's very sexual.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite holiday of the year because of the food thing. Last night I had tiramisu ice cream from Brewster's. Oh man, and I was driving and closing my eyes.
Is your mouth watering
I'm actually salivating a little bit.
But it is.
Did you hear
it's
it?
sexual, right? I mean, it is. Yeah. I was having roasted vaginas and boob soup last night.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is very sexual.
Boob soup. Hey, Preston, I thought I don't normally suffer from this where you get annoyed at people eating and the sounds of it. But on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday last week, I was going to jump across the table and strangle you.
Me?
It was Preston, yeah.
Really?
With those soy crisps. Every single one, you were like, you put it in your mouth and it's
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
First bite is always super loud.
But how else are you going to eat them?
I know.
No,
they're crispy.
But I know what Casey's
and I eat
talking
one at a
about.
time.
I know what Casey's talking
Was your
about.
mouth closed?
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good ad. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically, yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here.
Okay.
I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones.
Tomorrow night, Casey Boy and the MM Army are going to be appearing at the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff from 7 to 9. They'll be at Saloon 151 in downtown Westchester.
Mm-hmm.
And you could win a pair of tickets to watch the Eagles play the Cowboys October 16th and a signed Dallas Goddard Eagles helmet. Courtesy of Bud Light. So Casey will be there with a bunch of swag and things, your chance to win and hang out and have a good time. So then they have great food. They were supposed to be here this morning, but signals got mixed up. So
I just know it's great.
Yeah.
You just feel it, right?
I feel it.
Am I doing that or no?
We're going to hold off on that.
Okay. All right. Just go with, I was pointing at something.
Helicopters?
I said that to Casey. No, not helicopters. Woo, woo, woo. But you can join Casey there tomorrow night, Saloon 151 Whiskey Bar and Grill. Listen, before we go to the bizarre file, secret text word, we have a chance to win Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions passes. And it's also this week's big friggin' deal.
Oh, it's a great deal.
Yeah, you can get, for $50, you get 2 tickets to Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills. And that's a hell of a bargain. And that is while supplies last as well. So while we're talking about this, why don't we bring on the man who presents it all, Mr. Randy Bates from Bates Motel. Yo, Randy.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
We're good, man. It's been a while. How you been?
You know what? Never better, never better. Looks good.
That's excellent. Yeah. So you guys are obviously getting set for a season where people want to get out and get into the feel of Halloween and all things. So are you open yet?
We opened last weekend, and we'll be open this weekend. And then starting on the October 7th, Friday, I'll open every day through the 31st.
Nice.
Categorically, the most bang for your Halloween buck. I love seeing you, Randy, because that means it's my favorite time of year, Halloween. And your attention to detail over there with all the attractions, the way you process the people through. Everyone has no one ever feels rushed. It's never overwhelming. It's such a great setup, and it throughout the years. It seems like every year you're adding something and modifying it. I mean, you're living and breathing Halloween year-round, correct?
Absolutely. We start in February and March, going to some of the trade shows, buying some props and getting some ideas, and then we start manufacturing our own stuff. We build everything in-house. So even the costumes, the makeup, the appliances, the little woochies that you glue on the actors' faces, we make here.
It's great.
I mean,
totally
unique.
It's movie studio level stuff, and so you would have the option. I remember, I think it was last year, to walk the hayride tour. The haunted hayride. But is that will that still be in effect this year?
No, we did that because of COVID.
Right.
Obviously, can't social distance on a hay wagon.
Right.
But we did a survey. People really wanted to bring the hayride back, and so this year. The haunted hayride is back.
Excellent.
Better than ever.
No, it's from the. I mean, we've all done it. From the first seconds you show up in front of that, the flames, the fire, the
thing,
edifice.
man. The fire always freaked me out. I'm like, dude,
it's unbelievable.
The dragon over there.
Yeah,
insane.
Well, the time that we were down, the old castle kind of rotted, so. We rebuilt it this year. It's huge. It's 35-foot tall walls.
Wow.
More fire than ever.
There's
back in the hayride trail, we built the Twin Oak Ridge Western Town, and it's so detailed. You got to go through the hayride 4 or 5 times to see everything.
That's the case with so much. So, you get a good long ride. That's just one aspect of it, though. You obviously have the Bates Motel, which is jammed full of stuff. Any additions to that this year?
Last year we did 7 new rooms, redid them. So we've added a few more animatronics, a couple actors. The Revenge of the Scarecrow haunted corn trail. We added more props in that. So we're always upgrading, making things better.
Nice. Great. You got enough employees, or are you looking to hire any more people right now, Randy?
Oh, we can always use more people, but currently we've got 175 actors.
That's incredible.
A lot of dedicated people working here, plus probably another 75 staff.
By the way, it's the happiest staff you'll find, because a lot of them are listeners to the show when we show up. And they love working it there. They really, I mean, while you're waiting to go on a lot of these things, there are actors walking around, and you'll hear a periodic screaming from around the air. By the way, do you still have the pea-stained clothing from people who lost control? You had like a gallery there, as I recall.
Yeah, we used to have the scoreboard of how many people pissed themselves. Well, since we stopped allowing people to drink beer on the site, we don't have that many people.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Randy, we're happy things are up and running again. So open this weekend, and then you open every night. Did you say the 7th? Was that when it was?
Yeah, 7th to the 31st. And we were just voted one of the 5 legendary haunted attractions in America by the America Haunts Group.
Yeah, yes, congratulations.
Yeah.
That is well-deserved. We're not overstating it. If it's been a while since you've been out to Randy's place, you've got to get out there. The big friggin' deal is definitely worth taking advantage of. But I mean, a lot of people have just been not getting their Halloween fix for the past couple of years, and here's a way to shotgun everything at one location.
Yep. And Randy, if people want to get all the info, is it batesmotel.com, or what's your address?
Yep. We're at thebatesmotel.com.
Okay.
You buy tickets right online. Everything's online. Everything's time ticketed now. So if you show up, you come at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night, you're still going to have just a short wait.
All right.
Awesome.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll send the masses, as always, Randy. Great to talk to you, man.
You too, Steve. Take care.
All right, close enough. Yeah. All right, so
Kathy.
You can go to WMMR.com and use the keyword deal while the supplies last for the Bates Motel and get that $50 deal for a couple of tickets, which is cool. All right, let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with this story. It's a pretty messed up story. Maybe you guys saw this. A Western Montana woman's post is going viral on Facebook after she claimed she shot, killed, and skinned a wolf pup. According to Montana Fish and Wildlife Parks, the animal she hunted wasn't a wolf, but it was a dog. It may have been a husky.
Man.
The woman took to social media claiming that she, quote, smoked a wolf pup with pictures to prove it, including one of the animal skinned.
I would have been revolted by a wolf pup, and then we find out it's a dog and probably a husky.
Greg Lemon of the Montana Fish and Wildlife Division.
Look at I killed.
Said, we've determined that it wasn't a wolf. The woman has not been charged with anything related to the incident. According to Lemon, the woman actually shot a dog near Martin City. And Lemon said it's always important to be certain of the animal you're going to harvest.
And she had what she said was a raccoon pelt. It was a Las Vegas showgirl.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. That's a big mistake.
Well, with the feathers and all,
She should not be killing things.
To mistake it for an animal. Great Falls native Rebecca Harding couldn't agree more and said, how could you ever mistake a husky like that for a wolf? She owns 4 huskies of her own and loves the breed so much she even dedicated a Facebook page to them. Harding said she's poaching. She's hurting our hunting community by posting that she went out looking for one specific animal and shooting a different one. The sheriff's office is investigating. They said that the dog was one of at least of a dozen that someone abandoned in the area, all husky and shepherd mixes. Animal control was able to pick up 11 of the dogs, but it was too late for the husky.
He's too stupid.
The sheriff's department has identified the woman, and Fish and Wildlife is now investigating whether she had the proper hunting license or not.
She said she's going back to fishing for bear.
Okay. An incident involving a naked man, his neighbor, beer cans, and guns played out Sunday night, bringing deputies to a house.
What got skinned during this story?
Shots were rapidly fired, and it was around 8:45 p.m. Officers learned that the unclothed male suspect was in front of his house when his across-the-street neighbors began yelling at him. Words flew from both sides of the street.
You look so hot!
Before one of the neighbors threw 2 full beer cans and hit the naked man's house.
Wow.
The naked man then went inside and got a shotgun. One of the neighbors then went inside and got a handgun.
Yeah.
And then fired 5 rounds into the ground in an effort to scare the naked man. Nobody was hurt. Investigators were at the scene for more than 2 hours, and the case remains under investigation. U.S. renowned ski mountaineer Hillary Nelson has gone missing on Nepal's Manaslu Mountain on the same day that an avalanche killed a Nepali climber on the same peak. Nelson was skiing down, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not, Manaslu, after having successfully summited the world's 8th highest mountain with her partner Jim Morrison on Monday. She had an accident, and she was descending shortly after her summit, apparently. On the same day, an avalanche hit between camps 3 and 4 on the 26,000-foot mountain, killing a Nepali climber and injuring a dozen others. The death was the first confirmed casualty of the autumn climbing season in Nepal. Weather had improved on Tuesday, and a helicopter was headed to the site of Nelson's accident. Morrison had reached base camp and was accompanying the search and rescue team. And apparently the 49-year-old has had a career of spanning 2 decades and is described as the most prolific ski mountaineer of her generation in a profile on sponsor North Face website.
That goes to show you that, and Nick, countless stories of really accomplished people. It doesn't matter how good you are.
That mountain can kill you, man.
Yes.
Anything over 20,000 feet, you're asking for trouble at some point.
In 2012, she became the first woman to summit the highest mountain in the world, Everest, and its adjacent Lhotse within 24 hours. So that's how good she is.
Yeah.
6 years later, she returned to Lhotse and made the first ski descent of the mountain, which earned her the National Geographic Adventurer of the Year award.
So she wasn't so not a piker on this stuff.
So they're not. They think she didn't make it. So they're looking for her. Shots were fired outside of a South Florida bar after an argument broke out over who was supposed to sing the next karaoke song. According to
karaoke
witnesses.
Can get brutal.
A lot of people don't realize the undercurrents, the underworld that there
That's
is.
what started World War I.
Patrons at the Sandbar Sports Grill saw their fair share of gun violence that night. Police taped off the area, collected several shell casings following the shooting. Cars also took damage as bullet holes and damaged glass.
All right, calm down. We're just going to sing Wham tonight.
Was seen in the aftermath. Now, officials said an argument started between 4 to 5 adults outside of the bar when one person pulled out a gun and shot 2 people. Video footage of paramedics helping 2 victims was captured on cell phone by people inside the restaurant. Zachary Ramos witnessed the argument that led to the accident. He said it was karaoke night. 2 males got into an argument about whose turn it was to go up next on stage. It turned into a big fight, and when the males walked out to finish the fight outside, they started shooting at each other.
Jeez.
I was basically in survival mode, just kept trying to survive and keep my dog from getting shot and keeping my friends from getting shot. A brawl would ensue, which led outside the bar and escalated into an exchange of gunfire. Ramos also mentioned an innocent woman was hit by the gunfire as well. So 3 people, 2 men and a woman were transported to the hospital. Both gunmen fled the scene, and police are still searching for them. All over karaoke. By the way.
Yeah. Are they going to go through the quiz, though, or is that too risky?
Maybe that's a bit much. Nick has a follow-up. They found the body of the Hillary Nelson, the mountaineer. So that's terrible news.
Just reported this about an hour ago.
Oh,
Preston.
my goodness. Wow. All right. How about this? This is a little lighter fare and a little bit complex, so stick with me on this.
All right.
It was the caper of the century. A minuscule New Jersey deli not only became a publicly traded entity, but mysteriously grew to have a market value worth $100 million. And now 3 men are being charged with illegally pumping up the company's stock with the goal of dumping their shares and absconding with the profits. And they never even had the chance to pocket their ill-gotten bread.
You don't understand. Their liver roast is really good.
On Monday, separate actions from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Department of Justice accused 63-year-old James Patton, 80-year-old Peter Cocker, and 53-year-old Peter Cocker Jr. of illicitly manipulating the share prices of Hometown International, the deli's parent company, and another business called EZ Waste. So prosecutors claim that the sandwich scheme traces back to 2014 when 2 people in New Jersey expressed interest in opening a deli. One of those individuals was friends with Patton, and he allegedly suggested an unusually complex corporate structure for the fledgling business. An umbrella corporation named Hometown International would assume ownership of the deli. Patton explained that creating Hometown International would allow for easy expansion in the event that the deli was successful. So, makes sense to these guys.
Sure.
But unbeknownst to the deli owners, the Department of Justice added almost immediately after Hometown International was formed, Patton and his associates began laying the foundation for the scheme. Their alleged crimes were relatively simple. Hang on, I hope I have the whole story.
They describe this as like a Wolf of Wall Street thing.
Yeah, so relatively simple. Through coordinated trades, they injected inaccurate information into the marketplace, creating false impressions of supply and demand. From the outside, it looked like independent investors were hugely interested in the two company stocks. Shares of Hometown International eventually skyrocketed 939%, according to the Department of Justice, and e-waste soared 19,900%. So to conceal their activity, the defendants allegedly gave shares in the business to family members, friends, and associates, and also gained control over their trading accounts by obtaining their login information. But the underlying numbers never made sense. The deli made less than $40,000 per year, yet at its peak boasted a 9-figure market value.
I mean, the audacity.
Hometown International in particular attracted significant media interest and the attention of Wall Street big shots like billionaire David Einhorn. That attention brought unwanted scrutiny on the defendants. The SEC said before they were able to reap the intended profits of the schemes. And the three men now face substantial penalties, each carrying a maximum prison sentence of 20 years, along with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in fines. I remember when this story hit.
So do I.
And I didn't understand it, but apparently they were full on just pulling an absolute, stock scheme.
Have you ever watched Wolf of Wall Street?
I never have. And you know what? I see people talking about what a great movie it is
Preston,
all the time.
It's become one of my, if it's on, I watch it. There's so many elements to it, and Leonardo DiCaprio is so effing good in it. But it's one of those things where I can't, why you just stop here, and they keep going, and the stuff that they're doing is so outlandish. It's like, I mean, and you think about how you would be in that situation. Like, I get nervous. As I said, when my inspection sticker lapses on the car, I get nervous. They're doing things that are just off the charts insane. And it's a true story.
For some reason, I've found like storylines like that now kind of give me like a little anxiety or something.
Yeah.
I just don't want to watch them.
You know what, though?
But I know it's probably a great movie and I should see it.
It's balanced with so much legitimately funny stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like there's a scene where DiCaprio believes that he was able to make it home from a country club.
God. But he's wasted.
On Quaaludes.
On Quaaludes that were old and super. So he says, somehow I made it home without any incident. And then you see what actually happened.
Yeah.
And his cars, he's smashing into crap right and left. And when he's in the lobby, Nick, it's so hilarious.
Yeah.
He's trying to make a call.
The way that they cut to it is great. The scene with Rob Reiner, who plays his dad, in the movie, when they're going over the expense reports, and they're talking about like the people that they had to hire for these parties, and Preston, it's all like the most debaucherous stuff they could ever.
Right.
Though it is a really funny movie on top of it being a messed up story.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of all this money, has got me in this mode.
Here it is, MMR's. Yoo-hoo loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
The word is like. L-I-K-E. All right. And all you have to do is send that to us. All right. We're going to give you 15 minutes until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. All right. You can text the word like to special contest short code number 45911. Or if you want to enter it via the MMR app or WMMR.com, you can do it that way too. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you do indeed answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services, and you can now enter the word like, L-I-K-E. If you want the money, go for it. And we'll find out if you win in a little bit. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Lesson question, trash, music news are coming up.
was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. What I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Relent lawyers.
Yeah.
Who can argue your case.
Yes.
But luckily,
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was, in fact, chocolate on the box. And I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is, though. It's always like, you always have to have, there's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Let lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods, was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to Menchie's, and yeah, it's just when you're, by my reckoning, when you're having to, but this and I couldn't. The light was dim in the room.
Look, you tried.
You have to give me some credit.
I give you credit.
I give you all the credit.
I read the boxes.
I give you all the credit. Now, did you, after taking that one bite and you realized it was chocolate, then you throw it away and get rid of it?
No, it was on Sunday, so I got away with it.
The whole thing. You can't throw it away after you start eating it.
Thank you, Kathy.
You probably did better than I did.
Kathy will represent you.
Yes. I'd like to call Kathy Romano as a hostile witness. If the soul doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yesterday, we had a conversation with our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. Where is he? Is he in here?
Let's get him down here, Chuck, if you're in the listening area.
He had told us this before the break, that there are several foods that through his life he had never even tasted. That not only does he not eat these foods, he has never tasted. And these are not, like you said earlier, Steve, escargot. This is not foie gras. These are not these exotic things.
It's the never tasted thing that blew us away. Yeah. I could see I don't eat it because I taste it, I don't like it. And as I've said many times, to put this in perspective, and I use this because I think it's effective for you to understand, these are foods that if you were to walk around during the day with your mouth open, probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the...
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
It's juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding. Now, you want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that stuff.
Go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing or bite?
Bite half of it. Just
no, it's very mild. There's virtually no flavor to it.
I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it. No, it's extremely mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah.
You know what's great? A little salt on it, man. Outstanding. What do you mean?
Salt.
You know what you do? You
cucumbers.
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, And it tastes great.
He's never had a
All
strawberry.
right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
from Florida.
Okay, when they're in season, they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
This has green on the end. Is that
Like
okay?
a used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one.
Cut the tip off of the green.
You circumcise.
Different
Just
one.
get
How about
another
that? Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite. of
No, those are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most.
He's nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite.
It's my
fruits.
first album. Yeah, I say.
Go ahead. All right, he's doing it
I don't
first
like-
time ever.
He doesn't like it already.
He touched it. He touched it to his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right, he's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits
Just chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
No, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question. The sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is, does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It ruins
If
it.
these are odd.
Yeah, I'll give it.
strawberries.
It was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little.
Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar?
Yeah.
Think of those as like crunches in the Nestle Crunch. Now finish it.
We have
try mango.
Let's do mango.
So that's not the same as that other yellow?
Here, wait, hold on. Let me, because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah, do this piece right there.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango.
Mango.
You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips.
He's shaking. Now that is a fantastic fruit.
It's like tangy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
No seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries? Because they have what Chuck says is fur on them.
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds, too.
Oh, man. Oh, no way.
You can see little pubic hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth, Chuck. You're not going
These
to
look
enjoy.
dirty or
No,
something.
it's actually good.
Try just a tiny
one?
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah, go
tiny
ahead.
little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way,
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
Put it all in your
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
come on.
All right.
I don't think you're going to like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
He spit it out.
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first fruit
what is that?
being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. You want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry seed?
You're not going to like it.
You're not going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
Because of the seeds.
Yeah.
Go.
Just to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We
At
don't
least you
even
just
understand.
Tried it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
Terrible.
Yeah.
All right.
He's like a 5-year-old kid.
But now you know.
He's spitting it out. He's spitting it out.
Now you know.
So raspberry and blackberry he hates.
All right, Casey wants you to try grapefruit.
Here's the thing, though. I think he should do the kiwi first
We're
because the
gonna
grapefruit is so flavorful and citrusy.
It doesn't matter.
No?
If he cleanses the palate.
All right, go ahead.
Casey's been biting at the
Isn't
bit.
grapefruit like dangerous?
No.
If it has a hand grenade attached to
There's
it.
like medical commercials that tell you if you're eating grapefruit and you can't take
No,
this medicine. How do you eat that?
Yeah.
You can eat it like an orange. It's an appetite suppressant.
Excuse me.
I was eating lots of them
Sorry.
before the prostate cancer. So
right before.
You're terrible.
Grapefruit. All right, go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Both of them sucking on a grapefruit. Chuck's waiting for Casey to do it first. Go ahead, Chuck. I don't care for grapefruit unless it's got sugar on it. Yeah, right? Yeah, Chuck doesn't like that at all.
I knew it.
Like
Like a kid that had lemon in his mouth for the
I've
first
never
time.
liked grapefruit, and I agree with you, Preston.
Throw it
It's
away.
only good if you have sugar on it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't that nasty? And people eat them like crazy.
I know.
All right.
I hate you.
What's up next?
You're going to need to wash your mouth out.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
Have some cantaloupe. You like
take,
that.
Take some water right there.
Have a bite of cantaloupe. That actually would be a good cleanser.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh, that's terrible.
All right, so we're going to do the kiwi next, and then we're going to do red grapes.
Kiwi, here we go.
Here it is. Pop it in. Should be very tender.
Right.
Like a love song.
All right.
It's the bits in it, man.
So you have a thing with the bits.
The taste is okay.
Okay.
Strong. It's very strong.
Yeah. All right. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers prize pack. And the question we're going to go with, at 8 o'clock this morning, we sung a cappella which song to kill a minute? All right, 215-263-WMMR. We sung a song a cappella at 8 o'clock this morning. What song was that? It was to kill a minute before we had to do the You Who Loot. So let's see if you're listening. You know the answer. 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast. Well, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything you need for a great party or a tailgate. Order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Victoria Beckham causing concerns about her marriage to David Beckham because a fading tattoo of the letters DB on her wrist are causing concern. Victoria explained, saying a third letter H is completely faded from her Do Bong Hits tattoo.
Yeah!
So it's not anything to do with David Beckham.
DBH.
Yeah, DBH. Negan's original barbed wire baseball bat, Lucille from The Walking Dead, is going up for auction this week. Right now, the biggest bidder is expected to be Henry Winkler. Such a nice guy.
Never knew.
Rachel Dolezal, who famously claimed she identified as a black woman while working for the NAACP, now has an adult OnlyFans page. Dolezal says she no longer identifies as black and now identifies as a whore.
I knew it.
That's your Hollywood trap.
We're going to go to the phones and see if we can get an answer to this question. At 8 a.m., we sung a song a cappella to kill a minute. What song was that? 215-263-WMMR. We are going to go to Sarah to see if we can get an answer. Hi there, Sarah.
Hi.
All right, Sarah, do you know what song we sang?
Was it Staying Alive?
It was. Hang on a second, Sarah, because you just won, and we are going to set you up with a Raising Cane's Chicken Finger prize pack, including a soft cooler, a T-shirt, and a koozie, and Raising Cane's gift cards for free combo meals and soft drinks. Raising Cane's is focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley.
You can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Music loud, music loud, and get the right to the ball. Hey, whether you're a brother, whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. This ain't shaking it, ain't nobody's making it, staying alive.
Can't believe we did this. We're actually doing this.
Staying alive.
It's amazing.
I'd like to see the stats on how many people hung around for the whole thing.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's a way to see exactly how many people punched out at that particular moment. All right, we got to do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Music news is brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. So, Foo Fighters guitarist Chris Shiflett has opened up about the death of his bandmate Taylor Hawkins in an interview. He compared the loss of Taylor to that of his father. He said, I remember for a long time after my dad died, you're sad about it, but you almost kind of like forget for a second. He said, even like waking up in the morning and for a foggy second or two, you forget that he's dead. And then you're like, oh, F, that's right, he's dead.
Yeah.
Shiflett said it's been a similar experience dealing with Hawkins' death, especially as the band prepped for the tribute concerts, which the one in Los Angeles, of course, was last night. He explained being at a rehearsal studio, it's like you just expect him to walk in the room. And that's the part that's really bizarre, you know? It's true. It's reality. I don't know when that sinks in for real. So they're still obviously dealing with it. The tribute shows were last night. Did we get any audio of that?
There's a couple of clips.
Okay. And obviously we'll get a recap. Connor was there. Pierre went to it. So when those guys get back, we'll get a little more in-depth of, what their impressions were of the whole thing.
The event opened with Dave Grohl's daughter singing Hallelujah.
Okay, we'll play a little bit of that.
With the remaining band members, and he, of course, as you would imagine, got emotional.
Okay.
If any of you have ever had the blessing to spend time with Taylor Hawkins, you'll know that that dude could make you smile and dance and laugh and sing. So
Wow. Yeah, you can see that. We also have a couple more performance clips.
There's a Joan Jett was on stage. Travis Barker was playing drums behind her with the rest of the band, and they did Bad Reputation.
Okay.
That I don't know.
It says Dave Chappelle sings Creep.
All right.
All right. Yeah. The full run? Okay, because last we heard the European leg of it.
6 hours.
6 hours.
Something like that. So not really sure. When the guys get back, we'll find out a little bit more
recap
about that.
And the original one is available for viewing on, what is it? Is it Paramount Plus or what is it on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I think it might be Paramount Plus because it was like it aired on like MTV, right?
Right, I believe so. Yeah.
And that's part of the Paramount CBS
family.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I reading this?
Yeah, Marissa found, she underlined something in the Shiflett interview that seemed interesting.
Okay. This just in. I have not seen this yet.
Hey, hang on a second. Here we go.
Breaking news. Sitting 4 feet away from me.
When asked if, while doing press, people awkwardly avoid bringing up Hawkins, Shiflett said it probably will be more of a thing when we ever get around to putting out another Foo Fighters record and go back into the promo boogie woogie.
So he is saying that they're going to be doing another, not if, but when.
When.
Yeah.
We do another album.
I figured that would be the case.
Yeah.
So there you go. There's some confirmation for that. All right, a couple other things. Billy Corgan didn't mince words about how the music business does not produce happy people.
Oh, Billy.
He explained, I don't know if you can be happy in the music business because the music business is sort of designed to mess with your head. I think the music business in particular has been very late to the game with mental health and artists. He said we lost Jimi Hendrix at 27 years old to addiction. And think of all the music that Jimi Hendrix didn't make. We're still talking about Jimi Hendrix 54, 55 years after his death. I got lost in there because it's so sad to me. I think of all the people of my generation has lost just to addiction and suicide alone. And, well, we were just talking about Taylor Hawkins. And, it's a travesty that there wasn't more support systems around those artists. I don't mean to throw shade at anybody. I just know how the business works. It's one of exploitation. He went on to talk about how he feels lucky to remain one of rock survivors. He said, I feel blessed. So that's the start of every sentence. I would just like people to say he made it through. And if that inspired them to try harder, great. I'm not trying to be that role model, but I don't want to be on the other end of the casualty list. Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction kick off their North American tour on October 2nd. And by the way, our word of the week prize this week is a pair of the best seats in the house and VIP merch for that show with Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction, which is coming up Friday, October 21st at the Wells Fargo Center. Judas Priest bassist Ian Hill says that he and his bandmates are honored to finally be getting inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The band will receive the Musical Excellence Award at the event, which will also honor Eminem, Dolly Parton, Duran Duran, Lionel Richie, Pat Benatar, Eurythmics, and Carly Simon in the performers category. In a new interview, Hill said, these things come and go. You get excited for a while, and then you get let down on so many occasions, you think, forget it.
Hell.
And you don't lose any sleep. Just from a vulgar commercial point of view, it doesn't really do you any good. It's not going to earn you any money. But yeah, it's great to be recognized by your peers. It's a different sort of thing, isn't it? From your fans to be recognized by the people who also do it. He said, yeah, we're honored to be a part of it.
So is this so does he have so this is a direct induction into the Hall of Fame, or is it okay?
No, it
they
is,
always
but it's
qualify it with.
It's not under the performers category, so that's why it's a little bit of. I know. Hell. I don't know. Neil Young may have effectively signed over some of the rights to use his music in advertising when he sold 50% of his publishing to Hypnosis Songs in 2021, but that doesn't mean he hasn't reserved the right to weigh in subtly when his music is licensed for commercials going forward. Young seems to not be entirely approving of an NFL ad over the weekend that used Beck's newly commissioned cover version of Old Man as its soundtrack. The veteran rocker did not weigh in on the Beck cover or its usage directly, but he seemed to say it all with an image that was posted to his official Instagram account on Monday. And before I reveal what that is, we should have audio of that cover.
Yeah.
Let's listen to a little bit of it, and I'll tell you what he said about it.
Old man, look at my life.
And Patrick Mahomes, is that how you say his name?
Mahomes, yeah.
Mahomes. What's up, Mahomes? And so, by the way, that's a good cover of that song.
I think it's excellent. I've always loved the song, and he did justice by it.
So the photo posted was a still from his music video, This Note's For You, a protest song that decreed the use of music in advertising from 1988 when selling out to Madison Avenue was still a raging controversy in rock and roll circles. Not so much anymore. Sponsored by Nobody, reads the legend on the fake beer bottle that Young is holding up to the camera in the photo he reprised on Tuesday. So it's kind of a diss at that.
I won't dance for the man.
An advertising game between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Kansas City Chiefs, the NFL commercial pictures Beck performing an acoustic rendition of Old Man as playful commentary on the idea that the team's respective quarterbacks, Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, are veritable old men in their profession. So that's what that was all about. Sorry to bore you.
No.
Casey just yawned really loud. He just goes,
I got a fart.
Nuh-uh.
You have to fart. You have to fart. Producer Nile Rodgers, legendary producer.
Legendary, absolutely.
And also,
he's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Member of the band Chic, is now the namesake of an asteroid. Roger's friend, Simon Lowry, who works at the European Southern Observatory.
It's on 1st Street. 1st Street.
And is affiliated with the International Astronomical Union, arranged the honor. He revealed the newly named Nile Rodgers 1919-11 at a dinner celebrating the songwriter's 70th birthday earlier
So
this
they're
month.
doing that now. You could always join the star registry and get a star named after you, but now you can actually get an asteroid.
No, yeah. So this is, but this is how its official designation.
Yeah.
And when scientists
I like that.
refer to this, they will refer to it as Nile Rodgers 1919-11. It was first discovered in April 2005. Lowry went through a formal process with the IAU and had the potato-shaped asteroid officially renamed for Rodgers. He told the outlet that Nile Rodgers 1919-11 is about 300 million miles away from Earth, taking just under 6 years to complete one full orbit. It's approximately 1.25 miles wide and would destroy Earth, basically,
All right.
in the unlikely event of falling out of orbit.
Just a bit smaller than Kip Winger 27B.
Okay, well, it should be bigger, I would think.
I know.
But, and then finally, I'm going to wish a happy birthday to someone most of our listening audience may not know, but I saw a little notification that a friend of ours by the name of Bobby Silver has her birthday today.
We love Bobby.
Bobby is a longtime local record representative.
Legendary.
And she retired several years ago.
Haven't seen her.
No, but you know what? You still get the birthday letters from her all the time.
Just go outside and yell her name, and you know.
That's all you got to do. So we love Bobby, and I wanted to wish her a very happy birthday.
She's great.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. All right, that means we need a secret text word caller. So, Kathy, give it to us.
The 1th caller.
The 1st caller.
wow.
First caller that knows the secret text word is going to be our winner. 215-263-WMMR. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Whiteheads off someone's scrotum.
Grapes and then pineapple.
Hold on.
Red grapes. He's had green grapes.
Okay. Grape. Yep.
Okay. Grape.
Red grape.
Seedless?
Should be.
Good.
Yeah, right?
Hey.
Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Have another one.
Thumbs up. All right. He's having
He's
another.
having another one.
How about that? That's going to be your latest snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapples that I used to have all the time, Chuck, were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his... What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay. You've been letting these things get by you in life.
Right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have
lot.
the canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed
So,
my life.
In summation, cantaloupe, pineapple, grapes, mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits and hair F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah. Oh, nice job.
USA! USA! USA!
Anne Hathaway. Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right.
I think
She still looks annoying.
she's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
What is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They
it's up
start
to.
throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that
fuels a surge.
The furor and
I'll be there.
Not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
Jesus.
I hope he doesn't win.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
Then that would be a good thing.
All right. I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging.
it's
So
well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah. That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody, here we go. And
that's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
Yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now, just how old
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she'd beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like that.
That did not sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that. Yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point. We need to talk. Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could,
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he
Evening
was
anchor
16.
Fox 29, new person in town. Figured we meet her, and she was really cool.
She comes, we get them early, and then for something we say something inappropriate on the air, and then their news director hears it and doesn't want them back.
I mean, you were discussing with her which prostitute you would take in the car.
She liked Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
Like the movie about prostitutes.
She's not coming on anymore.
She
So you know.
Well, we had the one time with her.
And then Randy Bates was on. He checked in from Bates Motel, haunted attractions, bigger and better than ever, ready to go. And our big friggin' deal this week is a pair of tickets for just $50, and that's for all the attractions here.
Great.
So
Yeah.
While supplies last, mind you. So you're going to need to get those before they are completely sold out. All right, let's see if we can get a secret text word winner. We were looking for the 1th caller, as Kathy had said. And it's Angie. Angie.
Angie, good morning.
Hi, Angie. Do you know the secret text word?
Is it poster?
It is. It is poster, and since you got it right, we are going to give you some tickets to go to the Bates Motel. So hang on the line. We'll get your information. We're going to give you those combo passes. And it's Bates Motel and the whole haunted attractions in Glen Mills. And it's this week's big friggin' deal. Like I said, 2 tickets to the Bates Motel and haunted attractions, just $50. That's half price to experience the #1 haunted attraction in America. And you can get it now at WMMR.com. Use the keyword deal while the supplies last. So congratulations. And Jackie Bam Bam is here. Hey, man.
How we doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I am wonderful. I was listening, like I was telling you, Romano, I really enjoyed hearing the new anchor on Fox 29, Sheba, and
Yes.
Casey Boy. Still no Pretty Woman. I don't even watch movies or TV. We have to set up a date night. I have the VHS tape. You could come over and
Oh,
we'll
my
do
God.
date night again.
All right. How about this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know what? Another favorite movie, can I mention?
Yeah.
About Last Night. No one loves it. I love Demi Moore and them overalls.
And
Bravo.
And what bar did we
right.
pass on Friday night in Sunset Strip?
The Roxy.
No, wasn't the bar,
Sunset-
wasn't the bar called About Last Night? What was it? What was it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we did pass that right where we parked.
But the bar that they go to in the movie is called Mother's.
Yeah.
Which is a regular place that they go to.
Chicago,
It's in
Wrigley
Chicago.
Field. Yeah, it was a great one. I love Demi Moore. Let me focus here.
All right, focus, sir. So we'll do date night with you guys. But in the meantime, we need to do the letter of the day. Ready?
It's on.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter A is in apple. Is that what you're eating over there, Casey boy?
Yeah.
All right, A is in apple, and we have a pair of tickets, the best seats in the house, actually, for the, and also VIP merchandise. For the Smashing Pumpkins and Jane's Addiction show. Friday, October 21st, Wells Fargo Center. And the Celestial Colleagues VIP merch package includes access to Smashing Pumpkins Lounge, exclusive merch, and VIP entrance. And tickets for the show are on sale now via WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. What are you doing on the program today?
I will have those tickets, like I mentioned, without all the VIP, blah, 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 blah. I don't do that, but we'll have them in our prize coffin. Now, workforce blocks on Pierre's menu today. We have Creed, Silvertide, Philly Boys. 18 years ago today, they released their debut album. We'll track through that. Then we're going to Motown USA. Stevie Wonder is on the docket. We're going to debut the Beck cover of Neil Young's Old Man, tribute to Tom Brady, 24, and so much more. We'll play the full song. I think we're going to line that up in the 11 o'clock hour. And, of course, 12 noon, another chance for $1,000 and the Yoo-Hoo Loot keyword. It's all there.
Excellent.
And I think Pierre's going to check in as well.
All right. Very good. All right. Thank you, Jackie. And I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, Acme. Official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show. Little dance going on here.
Listen, at the second he gets done talking over there, Jackie, then he and I have a
we're gonna kill
spoken language. We just kind of like mime back and forth to each other. He's like,
all right. Also brought to you by Raising Cane's.
We're gonna have to deal with this for a while. Because,
2 more days, Romano. That's it.
Bonding, I mean.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. And also brought to you by Squeezed.com. Feel great and lose weight with Squeezed. Tomorrow on the program, listen to this, man. Number one, Dr. Mike stopped by. We're going to get some flu shots. Charlie Manuel will be joining us. And Dana Carvey will be on the show tomorrow.
Sensational.
This is going to be fun. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.